It has been 29 years since the Gothic Crusades raged across the stars. 29 long years since the Black Fleet was broken in the skies of Lev. 29 years since the fires of Phlegethon were lit by the living entombment of Grandmaster Jacques, now a burning reflection of the distant God Emperor. But these 29 years of peace have been anything but peaceful. Though their fleets were scattered and their legions slaughtered, the despoiler's dogs still haunt the Gothic sector. Without their warlords, little more than well-armed pirates, but those who underestimate them do so at their peril. Many of the forces of the Dark Marshal under Major Artemis have defected or sued for peace under a rare imperial amnesty. But even decades later, hardliners of the Nox remain. Terror bombings and shootings are a monthly occurrence, with cries of liberty, equality, and chaos. Yet, it is the Imperium itself that stands its own worst enemy. Agents of the Inquisition are in the midst of a Cold War, fighting amongst themselves to break or preserve the Treaty of Corellia, and with it, the fragile peace brokered with the Tau Empire. But for all these dangers, we look to one far greater and more insidious. Our tale brings us far beyond the Gothic sector, to the Cyclone Gate, where Jeanne d'Andric Lupus and her loyal crew make ready for a grand adventure. So, Captain Lupus, would you like to start by introducing yourself?
Sure. The captain of this ship is a tall, broadly built woman, a child of the faith born on Lethe in the shadows of that great entombed fire. She takes perhaps more after the great Lord Captain Augustus Lupus than the living Saint Juno. She has spent a couple of years on fighting these remnants of the Nox, the pirates and the raiders, while she has scoured ancient tomes and libraries, searching for a truth that was in part revealed to her in the flames. And it is that search that has brought her and her fresh, ready crew to the gates.
Speaking of that crew, let's hear from the Arch-Militant, one Ozcar Ceiko.
All right, let's see. I don't have anything fancy to say like that, but he's Seiko's kid. He's still trying to figure out his personality personally. It's probably not that different from his dad. Quiet, reserved, tranquil fury.
A soulless ginger.
Not the sort of bubbly happiness of his mother.
Not quite, no. Probably a
It's
little
okay.
less reserved than his dad, at least.
That sort of bubbliness in a sniper is cause for concern.
Exactly.
What of the Mechanicus, who amongst them stands with this crew?
You asked me as soon as I was taking a drink. Give me a second.
Sorry.
I thought I thought he would take it longer than that. Hello, I am Molly. I am, or more specifically, Maul-3, and I am probably the smartest person on the ship. Probably, most likely. I do not enjoy the fact that I was not born a plasma cannon. I don't know why the Omnissiah did this to me, but here we are. And I've been friends with Jeanne since a long time ago as a scion uh, of Eloa, the rather serious and hardline uh, Mechanicus. And I was on the first expedition to our destination, and everything went fine. Nothing bad happened. I don't want to talk about it. The rumors that I was the only survivor are greatly exaggerated. The ship that was there too.
Beep survived. Or is
Yes.
it Boops?
No, it's Beeps, son of Boops.
Ah, yes, of course. My apologies.
That was it.
This expedition is not just comprised of humans. As part of the Treaty of Corellia, some ships, yours included, have taken to including a Tau amongst their crew. So, what of this Tau?
Shit. Well, this is Xiph, a rather young, boyish-looking Tau sniper who is very interested in the going-ons of Imperium culture and strives to help this very nice seeming crew, except for that one guy who keeps looking at him weird, to help facilitate the greater good. Not much other than that. He wants to see the galaxy, as terrible as it probably is going to be for him. This is his first time going off planet, and part of this crew. Pretty much it. I don't know what else to say other than
That's fine. Now, one member of the crew remains. Arguably the most important, for without Victor von Ortellius, you will be flailing in the dark, unable to navigate the ether.
You need not stroke my ego any further. I already know that I'm handsome, fabulously wealthy, loyal, and industrious. Oh, that's what I'm gonna write in my autobiography. That should sell pretty well, I think. Yes, I am Victor von Ortellius, navigator of this wonderful vessel. See how long that lasts, knowing my luck. Probably not very long. Of course, I'm not going to let my usual... what's the nice word for this? Let's not use the right word, the nice word. Let's use the right word. Pessimism to get in the way of our little voyage. Yes, yes. Born in a hive, which I will not specify for security reasons. All this man has been doing his whole life was preparing to navigate ships through the warp. It's not like you can do much else when you have the third eye on your forehead. You pull ships through the warp and you enjoy the joys of life for as long as you can. Well, without delving too far into depravity, at least. I will keep the rest of my opinions about the voyage, the crew, and the ship to myself, if that's quite all right. Besides, as a
Yes.
narcissist, the only opinion that matters is my own. All I think about is myself. Why would I spend time thinking about the crew or its well-being? Where's my drink? Oh, there it is. Excellent. Daddy needs a sip. What were we doing again? Oh yes, introductions. I think I'm quite done. We can move on.
Oh, that is the crew, or at least the leading lights amongst it. But crew is nothing without a ship. You are operating the Pride of Lev. Captain, why don't you tell us a little more about it?
Sure. The Pride of Leth was originally part of Battlefleet Gothic, but not the Battlefleet we know and love. No, this is the Battlefleet raised during the Great Crusade, and it helped to liberate this sector. It was a strike frigate, part of a small patrol around Leth, when this little disagreement between brothers broke out, and it was ambushed and shot down. It became the core of a hill outside what would eventually become House Dandrick lands. I happened to be the one who discovered it myself, was out picking flowers, as children are wont to do when their mothers are too busy to pay attention to them. I thought, why, that hill looks beautiful. Something drew me to it. And then something drew me into it, namely an Armorcris viewport shattering. I'd have broken both my legs if there wasn't still a command chair there to cushion the blow. Mom and Eloa banded some resources together to pull the ship out of the hill and off-world to repair it, both because, well, it seemed serendipitous, and also, frankly, ships are in pretty short supply now. They refurbished it, and as a sign of respect to its long vigil on the planet, they replanted the trees that had grown on that hill inside, making up a beautiful little arboretum that serves as the ship's heart, and still has some birds and little ash lizards crawling around inside. It's been almost 20 years since we pulled it out of the hill now, and Mom thought it was only right to give command to me, my first independent command, and send me out there to go and deal with all these nasty pirates. But I've got other plans for her than just interdiction work.
Plans indeed. After all, you have recently received your letters of marque authorizing you to operate independently as part of the greater Lupus Dandrick dynasty.
We have a letter of marque, not a full warrant.
Yeah, I
Yes,
have not
because
yet bumped my
Augie
load off.
and Juno are, alive.
Yeah,
Well, by a certain
I wasn't
definition
sure
of
if.
alive.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if. Well, after I left the last campaign, you guys met a bunch of really famous people who could have conceivably authorized more warrants.
That would be quite funny to just use that much pure, unadulterated nepotism.
That is what that's the Imperium of Men.
We already
Yeah.
have 2 warrants in this family, but what if a 3rd warrant?
Instead, you've got letters which basically say you are the heir apparent to this warrant. You are allowed to start going and doing rogue trader things, even without having currently inherited it.
Did you get it signed and stamped by Robo himself?
No.
He loves paperwork.
Fortunately, he's only written Juno 1 time. Sag.
I am very upset that I had to quit the last game because despite telling me she wasn't going to do it, she did it, and then you guys got to meet Spire without me.
Well, we didn't actually meet him. He was just in the background. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
He had a voice line in the final episode.
It's okay. But if it makes you feel any worse, Jeanne has probably given him a hug at some point. Neener, neener.
Wait.
Stop. Straight can only get so hard.
I
Your
don't
character-
think Jeanne will have had the opportunity. He's, like, off.
I was about to say, Jean's already hot. You don't need to make it worse for me.
Look, I can say I got a hug from Admiral Spire, though. That's the important part. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. You have all been brought together to serve as the crew of this vessel, either through recommendations from members of the Administratum and Mechanicum, or simply by owning the ship and being the owner of the ship's childhood friend and
Owning the
older
ship
brother
would-
figure.
Owning the ship would probably play into, this position.
Yes. You would all have met before reaching the Cyclone Gate. That will be your last stop before embarking on your grand odyssey into the great beyond. So, I wonder if anyone would like to play out those initial meetings.
Would not mind. It's just where would these said first meetings take place?
Yes, how did I get this Tau on my ship? Why are you here?
Obviously, because we'll have to deal with Tau in the future.
I don't feel like there's going to be any Tau on the other side of that gate. That could
Well-
be wrong. We'll never know.
Well, interestingly enough, you find that the Tal's helmet's just not on, and it's speaking fluent Gothic to you. It knows the language. It does not require a translator.
Ah,
we're
the
going
Xeno has
to-
been broken in. Excellent.
We're going to tell the uncontacted humans on the other side of the gate that this is what happens if you don't eat your vegetables.
Xiph has severe jaundice. Don't mind him.
Uh,
It's not his fault.
I was told to tell any other, well, I guess mean humans that I just eat a lot of blue apples and had my nose cut off, or I just wear a mask everywhere. It's one of the two. But I was born in. Xiph looks up. It's like he's trying to remember something. Oh, yeah, it was this weird new settlement where they were trying to have humans and Tau coexist together. Really quiet, and everyone stared at each other like really strangely. I think there was some underlying malice between them. But it worked out, and now I'm here.
You think there was malice?
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly.
It's been known to happen that some humans, alright, maybe most humans, hate the Tau still, but don't worry. If you are coming aboard my ship, then you'll find it more accommodating than most places. Though I am curious why you've been assigned here?
According to my guardian, it was in order to teach me about the wider universe and how to better facilitate the greater good.
You would also have been sent with a letter to give to the captain.
Oh yeah, this thing. I'll just shimmy around in, I guess, whatever container I would have. And just...
Let's see what we have here. Jeanne will
The,
open her up.
the letter is from a imperial official, one who is oh god, I forget her name. A member of Lady Gothic von
Milk.
Meyer's staff. It explains that exploration beyond the Cyclone Gate through the new portal was a joint effort between humans and Tau, and that in order to facilitate your working with them, should you find them, it was decided you should have a Tau who is used to cohabitation with humans. Though he is not a member of a water caste, given the likely state of affairs beyond the gate, it was decided that it would be better to send one who is capable of defending themselves rather than one who is more experienced with diplomacy.
I'm good with guns.
So your letter of introduction says,
It's also blatantly obvious that he is very naive. He has no idea what he's in for.
Jeanne will extend a hand. Well, welcome aboard Xiph, was it?
Xiph, Xiph, or... there was this one lady who kept calling me the small little blue boy. I think that's too much to say at once, but yeah, Xiph works. I stare at the hand for a little bit. Oh yeah, no, that handshake thing. And I grab the hand with a firm grip.
There you go. And tell me, is this your first time on an Imperial ship?
This is my first time on any ship, unless you count the boats.
Right. Have they explained to you what the warp is?
It's where, looks up again, like he's looking at the ceiling to see if you can see he's sifting through his memories. I believe it's the bad place. We go through it to teleport to other places, or I guess travel. I'm not good with some words. And there's bad things inside of it, and you probably shouldn't stay in it for long unless you're protected.
It knows too much.
Or perhaps a little too little in this case. Right.
I'm just told my job is mainly just to shoot things that cause problems for the crew.
Yes, but no matter what your job is, from the lowest rating to the highest officer, we're all going through the warp together, and that means, well, when it comes time, when we hit warp alert, make sure you're near me. I'll walk you through it.
Oh, well, by all means, Captain. Now, I'm gonna go find a spot where I can tinker with my rifle a bit. Gotta make sure it's all primed and ready.
I'll have one of the ship's stewards take your bags to your room, then.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you and the rest of the crew. And I hope I'm not killed in my sleep like my brother was.
I can guarantee you that won't happen, at least. At least while you're on the ship.
I guarantee you that if you die, you will be awake for it. Which is very unlikely to happen, of course.
I believe that is more comforting to face your end head on, instead of just going to sleep and never waking up again. No chance to say goodbye or to spit in the face of the enemy.
That's why bomb cutters exist. Tied to your biometrics. They go off the moment you fly by. Quite handy.
Alrighty then. Well, I wait for the steward to show up. I'm like, oh, hello. And I guess Xiph goes, puts his stuff away, and heads to the guard post and starts fiddling with his equipment.
You could do that at the guard post, or indeed you could go to your actual room.
That probably would be smarter in case, like, someone who isn't totally aware, like, hey, it's a Tau that's sponsored, and just decides to bash him over the head with a book.
Don't worry, the House Lupus's people are better than that, broadly speaking.
Disciplined is the word you're looking for.
Yes.
My uncle said it was progressive.
That's not the right word.
It's not inaccurate. Yes, settle in. I'll make sure you're alerted before we head into warp travel.
Aye, aye.
Good luck. Jeanne will turn to stride towards the bridge, and then we'll just immediately cringe like, oh god, this poor creature is going to die. Oh no.
You underestimate them.
I've heard the horror stories of what happened the first time. My mother escorted Tau through the warp. Half of them were rendered catatonic.
May I remind you that our people have been at war with their people for quite a while, and they seem to persevere just fine. They're not as weak as they make themselves seem.
Right, well, let's hope that applies to this one.
I have a feeling it may.
By the way, Snippy, how long has Victor here been working with the Pride of Leth?
I'd like to assume he was assigned the moment you guys got the Navigator's tower redone.
Okay. So you've been with Jeanne for a couple of years now, then?
I have.
Alright, yeah. Jeanne will just give you a clap on the back. Well, I trust your insight into people.
Thank you, Captain. Your trust in me means a great deal. I shan't squander it.
He'll give you a nod and then make for the bridge.
I shall follow for the moment. I assume I'm allowed to hang around the bridge, unless we're doing jumps.
Oh yeah, you're welcome to be wherever the fuck you want.
Hell yeah.
Alright. Well, at this point, there is going to be the hissing of one of the lifts, and you see a mass of what are they called, Merzendi? The hover carts that the Mechanicus uses.
Grab sled?
Grab sled? Is that what
A
it's called?
cart?
Yes,
Yes,
a
that
cart.
sounds right.
Yeah. Just a grab sled loaded down that just starts moving forward, and then just a bunch of ticka-taka, ticka-taka, ticka-taka. Yeah. No. I don't know. No. No. And like something looks like it's about to fall, and then a mechadendrite will wheel over and then right it again. Wait. No. Stop it.
Hmm?
Why is this like this is? I don't know why I chose the machine spirit. It's just the most upset.
Upset might
That's
not be the
a
right word.
familiar voice.
It seems
Push.
like upset is not the right word. Clumsy is the one you're looking for.
Do you not? What? Hey! Don't insult the machine spirit. It's already annoyed enough. I just need to do a push button thing. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Jeanne, by this point, is just circled around, is peering over your shoulder.
Why? John, it has been 4.3 rotation cycles, I think.
You think?
That sounds about right. What are you doing here?
I have been assigned here by your mom and Eloa.
You're
You
the new
didn't wait.
Magos. No one told me.
I am an Explorator, thank you very much. Yes, I am also a Magos.
So-
Don't worry, I'm not going to take over the duties of your venerable ship's engine seer. I am assigned as the voice of Mars for your vessel, and to go and poke things on the other side of the thing that we're going through that is totally normal and fine, and I'm not going to think about it.
Well, now you've got me worried.
Interesting. Interesting phrasing there. If things are fine, one does not need to point out how fine they are. I assume you are displeased with current operation of the ship.
What? No, the ship's fine. I like the ship's machine spirit. What did you roll for this ship's machine spirit, by the way?
We didn't roll. I spent ship points to acquire planet-bound for millennia. Because
No, personality.
No, we don't have one. That's what I mean. It replaces that.
Oh.
Because the thing we got when I rolled to see what it was haunted again. I was like, nope, never again. Nope.
Why not? It's so much fun.
Not a third time in a row. I refuse.
Come on. All your ships are haunted.
I'm fucking cursed. I swear. So yeah, no, we simply do not have a quirk or troubled history. We just have planet bound. So you can make it up.
It is exceedingly normal and laid back, unlike the last one or the one before that. I'm fairly certain that the one that was on that one thing was the time that it was just had loads and loads of smut. I don't understand. Elwa wasn't even anywhere near it.
That seems unorthodox.
That is one word I would use to describe that machine spirit, yes. It did save my life, so... Besides, what do you mean?
What exactly?
You should have been told about what... Did your mom not tell you?
Not in your words.
Let
from
me
you.
get all of my... Actually, hang on. And is just going to sit and then quirk her head. And, well, you've known her long enough to know that she's communicating with her Skitaria at this point.
Tell the boys I said hi.
They say, hello. And yeah, they'll get all my stuff set up. They know how I like it. Just
I'm sure they do.
Where are my quarters? I need a big one. I have a lot of stuff.
Let's see. Do you want your quarters near the engine, or would you like to bunk with the rest of us up top?
I do like the thrumming of plasma, but that is very distracting for me.
Right. I'll make sure you get the quarters just below mine, then.
Sounds cozy. All right. Well, let I just push this to where that is, and then the boys will get it set up, and then I'll let you know. Wait, did you just get the report, or?
I've heard some things. I've had a briefing, but I want to hear it from you.
Oh, bleh.
I know. But you're the one who saw it, unlike anyone else.
Perhaps-
It was mostly what I didn't see. That was
This
the whole
seems-
problem.
What do you mean, what you didn't see?
You didn't tell the... Why didn't you tell the Navigator?
Because I'm waiting to do a briefing with everyone.
Well, you didn't even know I was coming. Wait, why
Right.
didn't you know I was coming?
I was told a Magos was coming. I wasn't told you were.
No, this really does sound like your mom. She likes surprises.
Yes, that is very much a mom thing.
Well, I guess... Oh, yeah, before that, speaking of which, here you go from your mom. It is a... And just hands you something. Don't worry, I already scanned it. It is in fact not full of sewing materials.
Hmm.
It's one of those cookie tin things.
Honestly, I'd prefer sewing materials to her cookies, but let's see.
I don't know if she made them herself, but what?
Yeah, Juno cannot cook at all. Maybe
She
she got Narcy to make them, who could cook.
Yeah, you would have to ask Merzendi if that's what happened. But if it makes you feel any better, I did scan it and I didn't see any no toxins showed up on the screen.
Hey, even with a -20 penalty, though, it still actually succeeded if I was a Juno test.
Yes. Juno made them under careful supervision. Which is to say, someone else made them and told you, but via the medium of Juno.
Wait, underneath your quarters, are there stairs or do I have to take another elevator?
There's a fire escape.
If you can breathe in
You're not
vacuum,
pushing
you can...
everything down the fire escape. All right, back it up. Fine.
Yes,
Xiph is
there's an
not
elevator
wheelchair
that goes up
accessible.
there if you need it.
Yeah, also my contingent has arrived as well, not just the boys, so
You have a contingent now, like a full one?
Merzendi, what are they called?
Maniple?
No. Maniple is just a small group.
Cornucopia.
What is 4
I'm not-
squads of Skittles?
A bucket.
I'm not sure what the term would be. I think it may still be a maniple, just a larger one.
I have a full maniple. I am very upset that they don't all have plasma calivers, but I suppose we need to reach out and touch people. So I have 2 squads of plasma calivers and 2 squads of arquebuses, and then my boys. So anything bad happens, don't worry. The Omnisci is on your side. I did ask. We can't take the steam train. I wanted it so badly.
Oh, no Triarios?
There's we haven't found any that were in any type of working order. I'm sorry.
Someday. Someday.
Maybe. But we are going to be able to go to Mazoa and do some. Wait, what planet are we above right now?
See, since you're picking up the town, probably Corellia.
All right, well, we are going to be going to Mazoa on our way out, so I might be able to pick up some stuff, but I know for a fact we already looked. There are none of those. We did find a Titan's leg, though.
You mean on Mazoa?
Yes.
Well, I imagine that's about all they managed to find. That planet doesn't exactly welcome large war machines.
It was buried very, very deep. I am not entirely sure how it got to that level of the planetary layer because you know how, over time, different layers, stuff like that. It's been there since before the start of the Imperium. So I don't know why the Great Crusade. So I'm not sure how that's there.
Mazoa's a very old forge world. It could have been from when it was founded. Either way, it's
And that
fascinating.
far
find.
underground with nothing else? I think it's warp shenanigans.
Don't say that out loud.
Shenanigans, I tell you.
That better. Much better.
All right. During this point, it's, get to the proper level and start pushing your thing. I should have had my arms cut off instead of my legs.
What?
But that would ruin the aesthetic.
It's not too late.
The aesthetic would be ruined.
You have lovely arms. Don't fret over them.
Ticka, 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 ticka.
And lovely legs as well.
All 6 of them.
Yes,
Thank
all
you.
6 of them.
All right. Molly will just push the carton to her room and just close the door. All right. The boys are grabbing the rest of everything, including a couple, my archaic tech and stuff like that. It should be fine. That was mostly stuff that you wouldn't understand if I told you it was. Nerd stuff. There we go.
I'm very interested in nerd stuff. I might not be a techno-archaeologist, but I have a fondness for old buried things.
Well, in that case, yeah, you can. After all, you are the captain and everything. Even if you weren't, you can go ahead and look through all the stuff. I'm sure some people would grumble about win. You have to be in a red rose win. I don't care.
Neat.
A bold stance to take. I've heard that the Mechanica Sorda is quite rigid in its dogmas.
LOL is quite that way, but the I've been friends with Jeanne for a really long time. LOL likes her, and the stuff that she doesn't understand, I just won't explain unless I can explain it, and then I will.
Very well. You are the most sociable tech priest I have seen in my entire life, I have to say.
I will take that as a compliment because you're not Mechanicus.
It's definitely a compliment. And yes, Molly's a sweet bean.
The tech priests I've met in the past do not like to use the words. They speak only when necessary, and they keep their exchanges short, especially with the meat bags. Most unpleasant individuals. You, on the other hand, seem to have an abundance of words to share. Most refreshing.
I have the soul of an explorator. I guarantee you the people you were talking to were probably engine seers.
Miserable individuals? Yes, they were engineers.
Uh, so, if you go down below, you're probably going to get the same kind of icy reception.
Most likely. A pleasure meeting you, milady.
And a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Cockhead.
Victor.
Victor von Ortellius.
Ah, you go.
Ooh.
You even have the house name down. How nice.
I have a computer for a brain.
For part
Well,
of a
mostly.
brain.
Oh, don't remind me. I know I haven't crossed the Crux Mechanicum yet. Ugh.
Even if you did, you'd still have some organic up there. Wouldn't want you to get mistaken for an abominable intelligence, would we?
It's true. I don't want to take the right of pure thought. That sounds really boring.
Actually, all this old stuff and our new passenger reminds me of a letter I need to write. I'll catch up later, Molly.
I thought you wanted to learn about what was on the other side. And you're standing right there, but she just does that.
I do, but let's let you get tucked in first, and I'll bring the high officers around for a briefing.
How far off is this briefing? Exactly. Do I have time to go back to my tower?
Yes, it'll be a few hours. Let's schedule it for lunch tomorrow, actually. Get everyone settled in.
Magnificent. Well then, if that's the case, I assume I'm dismissed, Captain.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll see you
Also,
later, Victor.
Also, like, did you have you kept in contact with Molly before she cut off her legs?
Probably.
All right. So yeah, Molly used to be like 5'3". She's now nearly like 2 meters tall. It's
Nice.
just the legs.
Leggy.
Just yoinks her up. So probably not as tall as 2 meters because I think that's 6'7",
No,
but
it's
easily clearing.
not quite that.
Isn't 2 meters? It's 7.
78 inches.
It is 6'5".
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, she clears 6 foot now.
So you're like
And I finally
6 inches taller than Jeanne, ish.
Now I can finally look down on you. Wahahaha.
Oh, Molly, I never looked down on you.
Aw.
Yeah.
Boops does a beep.
Jeanne will.
No, beeps does a boop. Dang it.
Jeanne will pat Beeps and give Molly a finger wave.
I'm so sorry, Beeps. I keep calling you by your dad's name.
Right. I see. Oh, you wanted to play out Xiph meeting, Molly.
Would probably be interesting.
He already ran away.
Oh, I have an excuse. Xiph just walks back out of the room and slowly starts making his way back to the command bridge because he had another question. Probably something that involves a item in his room, but bumps into Maul before he makes the whole way there.
Molly is a tall cyber rider.
Xiph is not particularly tall. Let me double check what I put it down as, if that is the information in this thing. I'll just we'll just say 5'6".
Manlet.
And Xiph just looks straight up, eyes go up, down, and the first thing that comes to his mind is, what happened to your legs?
I cut them off, Blueberry,
Why?
because the flesh is disgusting.
Did you did you get him covered in dirt?
Yes, that would often happen.
So you cut
Hello,
him off.
I have reviewed your transfer paperwork, and I am Molly, the ship's explorator. I have come to find Archaeotech and poke it.
I will pretend I understood some of those words. But yeah, nice to meet you. I am Xiph. And I have not seen anything like you.
You have not met Mechanicus before.
Oh, you're the people who kidnap other people for flesh stuff.
For flesh stuff? No, we kidnap people for machine stuff.
Oh, that's what I meant. You get rid of flesh, is what I was trying
Yes,
to get
because
at.
it's disgusting, and they deserved it.
You're not gonna do that to me by any chance, yeah?
No, no, no. We've already tried sticking your own tech onto your bodies against your will. You tend to just explode.
Oh, I'm very, I hear that I hear we explode a lot, but that's probably because you get fired with those bolter things, and those things explode too.
But I will. She'll look around. Yeah,
Xiph will
okay. No bolters are listening. I don't think bolters are that cool anyway, so it's fine. It's the least cool way of killing someone.
Xiph will now come off as extremely human, showing how he grew up. He's like, well, yeah, you could say they make us pop like blueberries. Does the finger guns. That was supposed to be a joke. Was it funny?
I do not know. I am not familiar with Tau at all.
The
You're the first
guardsman.
one I've ever met.
Oh, you're the first tech person I've ever met too.
How do
Guardsman.
you do a sniff?
The what?
A sniff.
that the thing you do with the triangles on your faces?
Yes. We use them to oxygenate our lungs, and also it plays a large part in tasting flavors. My God, you couldn't even taste the pure, unadulterated joy of Tabasco sauce with a little bit of engine oil in it.
So, biology wasn't something that I was adept in, so I don't know how my body or a Tau body actually works. I only know the basics, but I assume I can still sniff things, but just not in the way. I just don't have. I don't know. I guess I don't have the equality. I guess I just work different. That's the best I could say.
I don't know either. I am not a xenobiologist, and I don't like vivisections.
Is
Too
that
much
different?
meat.
Is that a different from a bisection?
No, that's where we peel people alive to see what goes on inside. And xenos. And plants. And sometimes no, I don't think you could do that to no, we have done that to rocks before to see what was on the inside. Mostly more rock. Sometimes crystals, sometimes weird energy thingies.
Learning a lot today, because I thought those were just autopsies.
No, autopsies when they're dead.
Yeah, that's what happened a lot where I grew up.
Death. Got it.
It was kind of weird. Most of the autopsies were done to Tau. Humans didn't die
Ah,
that often.
I am not surprised. Mostly because, listen, any person that gets their stuff blown up, we just replace it with metal. It's great. Wait, no, hang on. That's not how Backworlds use it. On a Forge world, that's how it works.
So if I ever lose a hand, am I gonna get something like your legs?
I don't think that is possible.
Ah,
I
well.
do. I do not. Unless you have a tech priest of your own, like an alien tech priest.
Eh, I'll just go. I'll just go into one of the boomy suits. Maybe that'll work. What did Uncle say they actually were called? Oh yeah, the battle suits. It's been a while since I've actually seen one, but I do know that we do it. I just have not aged or learned enough to do it yet. Hopefully,
Well,
hopefully I'll get my own battle suit after doing this thing.
overrated, I should say.
Why would you say
Anyway,
it's overrated?
my God, the Xenos technology pale in comparison to the glory of a plasma gun.
Why?
Have you never felt the sheer energy of plasma running through a vessel, or cryo-frozen gas, then expelled with the fury of a sun out of your own hands? Haven't you ever wished you were a gun?
I don't know anything about the last part of that statement, but Xiph gestures to himself. Do you think anybody would have let me touch this plasma gun you said you were talking about? Given
No,
the
no, 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 no. Everyone would have shot you. I would have shot you. It would have been funny.
that's what the guardsmen used to say when they accidentally shot at us.
And they were right. Also, Tau have their own plasma weapons.
Oh yeah, I have the pistol on my I'm gonna say belt. And I just is it a pistol or do I only have the rifle? No, I do have
You've
the
got a
pistol.
pistol and a rifle.
Yeah. I show like I just show the pistol bit. I don't hand it. I don't like stick it out for Maul to suddenly grab because Xiph
She
is like,
would not touch that. Xenos weapons are grody. They have no souls.
does Maul say that out loud?
Well,
Probably
because
not in those exact words.
you don't hand it to her, so
Yeah.
no. She just goes, "Yeah, what type of weapon do you have?"
This is a BQ pulse pistol. It's the first
Uh,
gun I ever learned how to shoot. My
are
rifle is still in my room.
Are pulse pistols their plasma, Merzendi? I don't remember. I don't care about Tau.
No, they're
Pulse.
like, they accelerate little shreds, I believe.
It's a gyro
Well,
stabilizer.
they accelerate little tiny globules of plasma
Oh, yeah,
very
yeah.
fast.
Okay.
They're the
so
Mass
these-
Effect guns.
No, they're
those
not.
are Eldar
They're-
guns.
Yeah, those are Elder guns. No, a pulse gun is a plasma gun.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a terrible plasma gun.
I mean,
And-
when you say that.
That's what Molly thinks. You dip.
So I think it looks pretty neat. What do you think?
It has no soul and is disgusting.
What do you mean it has no soul?
It has no machine spirit.
Why doesn't it? Like if
I
machine
don't know.
spirit-
Why don't you have it? From everything that has been that I've read, your kind barely even have souls, like little snippets. So obviously, when you make weapons, you can't impart any of what is any of the life that is the Omniscient into it.
But if I was to take a plasma gun and take the parts of a plasma gun and build it like I would build my pulse pistol, would it have a soul then? If I built it out of Imperium parts.
If you followed us STC, then yes, but then we would have to kill you, and then we would have to quarantine the machine sphere because you traumatized it.
But if I gave you Tau weapon parts and you built it, would it then have a soul?
No,
Are you sure?
yes.
Okay.
Now, if you excuse me, I got to go and do some stuff and also some things, and it definitely doesn't have anything to do with my personal guard. I would never take a break while there is work to be done, especially not one that lasts anywhere between 10 to 30 minutes. Bye-bye.
Xiph just stands there for a minute, tilts his head, is like, what was I doing out here again? And goes back to his room. Maybe he'll remember in a few hours.
Fearfully racist robot.
Xiph tried to discuss the meaning of souls to a tech priest. What makes a soul and what causes a soul to be born?
It's a good question.
Okay, but now I actually have to ask because I do not remember this. Do Tau actually have souls?
You should ask Jeanne that, because it'll be funny. She actually knows the answer.
Out of character, they have if you compare the light of the light of a soul, like one to the other, a Tau's is a candle held up next to the torch that is the human soul, and then the human soul is a torch to the bonfire that is a Psyker's soul.
What?
Tau do have souls, they're just tiny and pathetic.
Yes. Though Tau themselves, for the most part, don't believe in souls.
Yeah, they do have them, but they're basically, if you were to hold up if a demon were to hold up, if a demon were to hold up a soul in one of its many arms, from least to greatest, it goes Tau, regular human, and then Psyker. And then beyond, and Psyker, I think still not as juicy as Eldar.
Yeah, because all Eldar are Psykers.
Yeah.
Except sort of Drukhari, because they've deliberately atrophied themselves.
Yeah.
So that means that technically it'd be harder for a Chaos Spawn to spot Xiph if Xiph be stealthing.
Yes.
Yes, and also you don't really suffer mutations and stuff like that as much. You can, it's just rarer for Tau because you have to have a resonance with the warp for the warp to be able to do anything to you. It's why the warp can't... Huh? What?
Mechanically, he can't suffer mutations.
Yeah, mechanically, but I'm talking about in lore.
Okay.
Not warp
Yeah.
mutations, anyway.
Most
Let's put
of
it
my
next to a
town
plasma
knowledge,
generator and see what happens.
most of my town knowledge comes from those porn pics.
Hmm.
Bricky's section in the town in his faction video, and the greater good quote that is apparently said everywhere.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
and-
Actually know about the Tau. That and they're apparently weebs.
That's all you really need to know.
Yes, Tau are generally atheist. They believe everything can be broken down scientifically. The warp is just another dimension that reflects the real one, and eventually we'll figure it out.
Basically,
Humans are superstitious about it, but we'll do it with science one day.
basically, the Tau are the most belligerently ignorant race in the setting, and but the thing is, they're also one of the newest to come about. Not like it in the settings. They've only been known by the Imperium for like, I don't know, a couple hundred, 1,000 years. So they really haven't had a chance to figure out the warp is actually just hell. Like, hell and gods are real. Oh no. It turns out in this world atheists were wrong.
I thought society was hell.
There can be many hells.
Well, I
It's
guess
true.
Xiph and John will have that soul conversation during the big meeting.
Sure. Sounds like fun.
Is there anything else that you guys would like to do before the big meeting of all of you guys?
Not me.
I'm good.
Okay. And yeah, we can move forward to the next day, lunchtime. Senior officers and advisors to the captain gather for a lunch briefing. Truly the most time-honored of House Dandrick traditions, discussing world-changing events over sandwiches.
Where would that be?
Probably up in the captain's quarters.
In
The captain's ready room. Wait, don't you have like a grand meeting room anyways?
Well, sure, but why use that when I could instead invite you all up into my house and not have to get into my uniform? I can show up to this in my PJs.
Are you wearing your PJs right now?
Abso-goddamn-lutely. I didn't have to leave the house today.
And they don't even look like PJs to the untrained eye because of how just ornate they are. They're just really comfy.
Yeah, it's just a big turtleneck sweater and some long sweatpants.
I was just thinking like a slip with a deep V, all embroidered in gold and stuff like that, with metal somehow still pinned to it.
Xiph looks over to Victor and says, "Is something wrong?"
No.
Stray, get up here. Ozzy, get up here.
Just a little tired.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to move my token from all the way over there where Merzendi put me.
Too bad.
I do have a question though, Sir Victor.
Speak.
So does the human phrase "sleep with one eye open" still apply to you, even though you have the extra eye there, or is that eye is the one that stays open?
My sleep and my mutations are, quite frankly, none of your business, Zeno.
Well, if we're
But
gonna be working together.
You will do well to be cautious, as anyone else should be on this ship.
If you look at him, can you give me a heads up, like a key phrase or something like that only we know, so I know to look away?
Yes, I'll certainly do that.
Well, I would just like to say I think your third eye looks cool.
How would you know?
You haven't seen the third eye itself yet, and be thankful you haven't.
Oh, it's
It would
covered.
sheer
I'm
aside that tiny little soul you have.
My mistake. I thought it was uncovered. first, Alabaster here, seeing a Navigator for the first time. So new lore to me.
So navigators always keep their third eye closed because you don't want to look at it when it's open. In fact, navigators fight, and will like duel each other by staring at each other. And one of their main things in combat is to just look at you and it kills you.
It's
Beholder logic,
horrifyingly
got it.
powerful.
Beholder logic, got it.
Yes.
Thank you for your
Yes.
compliment, little Xena, but you should know, my kind, our third eye is an incredibly powerful and dangerous thing to behold. If you
Like a
ever
gun?
meet one of my kind, look away. That's all I'm going to say to you right now. I hope, to whatever misbegotten gods you believe in, you never have to face one yourself. It's not a nice way to die.
I would say dying isn't nice regardless.
Dying would be a mercy compared to what this thing can do to you.
Well,
But
I'm glad I won't have to worry about you. You seem like a good guy.
I would never use it against you unless explicitly ordered by the captain. I respect your sanctioned status and will try my finest to maintain a modicum of professionalism on board this ship.
Why do I bother you?
Oh no.
Why you have to be professional and we can't just be friendly because we're all working together?
We are all colleagues striving towards the same goal, which is the smooth functioning of this ship. So, relations between all of us are strictly professional.
For some reason, I think I hear like several sneezes from people in the room.
Molly's just doing the spider bob.
Ahem. At any
This is
rate,
a job, and you will do well. You take it seriously, because it is a dangerous one.
speaking
Oh, yeah,
of
super dangerous.
dangers, Molly,
Yes.
I've asked everyone here because we would all like to hear your report of what's beyond the gate. I hear it's not as pleasant as we were first led to believe.
I don't understand why anyone was led to believe it was pleasant at all. I didn't.
Propaganda.
Yes, propaganda, but we're kind of above that. Maybe.
Are we really? I'm
You do
sorry, I
not-
missed that.
You don't have the. Or no, I looked up your family, your family line and everything like that. You have enough chutzpah to have unlocked the actual reports. You very clever man.
The House von Ortellius sees no evil, speaks no evil, and hears no evil. Esteemed Explorator.
Do you want to leave when I tell you what's over there? Then
Yes, we're all going to have to hear some evil today.
I'll pretend I'm absent. Pretend is the key word. But do go on. Enjoy this tea.
give me a second.
See.
Yeah, I was going to be talking for a bit, so I want to take a drink first. All right. Well, so I would start this tale as saying, as you know, but since apparently no one knows but Jeanne, I'll say, so do you remember the first expedition? Anyone?
Oh,
No, you. You don't know anything.
Well,
I
we
am
have to
afraid-
brief Xiph at 2, so let's start from the beginning, Molly, if you please.
Yes, but does anyone remember what happened with the first expedition?
Well, for the sake of everyone involved, let's pretend we do not.
Well, from well, more annoying of a story to tell it that way then, but fine. well, to what people were told, it was a failed expedition. Vis-a-vis, everyone died because their Geller field failed, and all sorts of bad nonsense happened, and they were only able to recover the ship. That is not true. The Geller field didn't fail, and the machine spirit, while being something of a perv, uh, was saved my life because
Hold on.
I was the only survivor.
You talk funny.
Who? What?
What?
Shut up.
Ahem.
So, uh, I don't really remember when things started going wrong, which is kind of concerning, given that I do have an eidetic memory because I keep everything in secondary storage, just terabytes of it, really. And I remember work getting more annoying because at this point I wasn't raised to Magos or Explorator, as still just, doing my engine seer thing, being in charge of the engines, beep boop bop. And things just got harder and harder, and then I just realized all of a sudden why. Most of the crew wasn't there anymore. There weren't any bodies, there was no blood, there was no spilled oil, just silence and nothingness. And then by the time I reached the first colony, there was me, the Engine Seer Consortium, the captain, and then a couple of personal guard. And there were no menials, and no servitors, just adepts left. And the only thing that I managed to snatch on the first wave colony was some pieces of archaeo technology that we stowed away, and one of which I got to keep because I am a good Magos and I'm good at my job. And a video recording. And then the thing is, I had loads and loads of recordings, and they all started unraveling on the way back. And by the time we returned, by the time the ship returned, it was just me, and it was just the machine spirit left. And I was huddled in the engine room, totally not scared. And a small seal stamped with the Imperialis sigil, and a recording. Do you want to watch the recording? Oh, it's terribly good fun.
Oh, don't threaten us with a good time.
If this was the main room, then I would know where the projector is, but I don't know where Jeanne put it.
It's on the ceiling. Jeanne will reach into her turtleneck and produce the little remote. Here.
Why is it shaped like that?
Because I became that way out of the box.
Huh? It came that way as a dragon's head.
Yes.
I don't know if you've noticed the motif of the ship.
The ship wasn't dragonified when it was pulled up.
Well, there wasn't a
Look at what the
projector
captain
in
is
here.
wearing.
You said it came like that.
Well, yes.
You
It
lied
came
to
like
me.
that when I bought it on Lev.
Bleh. Fine.
Not all the fixtures are original, unfortunately, and was in the ground for 10,000 years.
No wonder your ship sounds sleepy.
I'd prefer a
Alright.
laid-back ship to a pervert one. John will follow
Hey, the
remote.
pervert one saved my life. Hey. And while she's doing this, she's just going to reach over with mechadendrite and then just click it in. She does have one of the fine manipulating mechadendrite. And
Turn the video off.
yes, I will Do you want me to read it out loud, or do you want me to copy paste?
I'll read.
Oh, okay, good.
So, the video shows a colony labor family, a small family unit, 2 adults, a teenage child, and a younger child, perhaps a year, 18 months old. They're engaged in normal family behavior at dinner table, talking, they're joking with each other. Parents are flirting in a way that the teen groans at uncomfortably. Mother gets up, fetches the meal from the cooker, and just sets it down. Everyone in the video goes stiff. As one, their movements almost synchronized. They grab their knives. They lift them. They bring them to their throat, and as one, they cut. The only part that they aren't synchronized in is child. How young it is. It has a plastic spork, not a knife. That's no good for throat cutting. Instead, the father mechanically reaches over and cuts instead. Another single movement. Enough strength. Remarkable strength. Given that he's already lost so much blood, he should have collapsed. And they sit there, bleeding. But when the flow of blood stops, the bodies seem to blink away to nothingness. Then the video cuts. And could everyone make me a willpower roll?
Oh boy.
Do I get any negatives to this?
You have already experienced this as your dark voyage. You are
Yes.
not going to get insanity for it a second time.
I am jaded. Do
And
I
you're
even
fine.
care?
Do you want me to roll willpower? Because I already have insanity from it. Do I get
No,
double?
no, you are fine.
I
That's what I just said. You
Just
you
making
don't
sure.
get insanity from it again.
I will choose to activate a talent.
What is that?
Boop. Since I failed anyway, I'm
Okay.
go ahead and decide nah.
Remember? No, wait, do Cow get fate points?
Yes,
I
one.
assume they do, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
For the whole session.
You can use a fate point to re-roll that if you want, but insanity is always funny. It's not something bad like corruption, which you can't take anyways.
Oh, you can take corruption. He just gets no
Oh, no.
negatives until 100.
Ah, got it.
So since I'm jaded, I just don't give a shit, right?
Correct.
I love it.
All right. Anyone who succeeded will get 1 insanity point. Anyone who failed will get 1d5.
Oh, I wish I wasn't jaded now.
I suppose the factotum and colonel have like 1 FP each.
They do. Yes, so I guess the colonel could buy in.
Probably for the best.
I just realized I've been muted this entire time. I was asking,
Aw.
should I use a fate point or not? Because this is my first time with this thing.
No. Take the insanity, it's fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, you only got 1, and this is the beginning of the session. I don't think I would.
Does the insanity eventually go down, or is it
No.
there forever?
Well, you can spend XP, and if you can roleplay a good reason for your character to have some mental recovery time, you can go down to the last tens digit you reached. But otherwise,
And
no.
so
It's sticking around. That said,
I-
you only
you
have a
don't get
25% success chance, so that's doubly probably not a great call.
So just take the 25 insanity points.
No, you take 1d5, not 25. 25 would drive you insane instantly.
Look though,
Yeah,
being
that
insane
would be
is so much
cruel.
fun.
Can you tell that I have not played a Warhammer tabletop game?
Look, you should just become insane.
Yeah.
Look how much fun it is. Yeah, just a little bit of trauma.
If you can use my roll.
I was going to make a case for using your roll, yes.
Yeah.
So where do I put the insane number?
I believe it's under talents.
Yes, right at the very bottom. Bottom left.
Okay, so
Right in the middle under the
Sanity point.
P.
okay, was that it?
Yep,
There's
that's it for
nothing
now.
else to it.
For now.
So far, yes. It's weird and disturbing, as I believe you said.
Why were they doing that? As if is
That,
rubbing his chin very concerningly.
that's a very good question. Molly, did your crew uncover any reason as to why they would do that?
I think Stray is still AFK, getting drunk.
Can I make a warp forbidden lore check?
You can, yes.
Because this involves the warp, I will not make any roll.
Never
because
mind. I have no idea. There are probably demons involved or some shit. Who knows?
I think I literally have a negative 100 here based on my character's backstory.
Actually,
Yeah, basically.
since you're the captain, tell me out of character. You think this is worth a reroll? I don't think it's worth a reroll.
How many fate points do you have?
That's a secret.
Well, if it's more
3.
than 2, then I would suggest yes, probably worth trying to go for it,
I-
because I can give you a plus 10 as well.
I literally have one.
Yeah, you don't need to reroll. Because I do have this ability. 1 second. Yes,
All is
You know what? We could try a reroll.
Actually, I could use that on the Colonel, and probably should.
Do you give me the plus 10?
Yeah, I will give you the plus 10. That's once per round, so I basically, as long as people aren't in combat, I can just throw that around.
Hey, look at that. The degree of success.
3 degrees.
Right.
Yeah, 3. No, I added the 10.
Oh,
look.
okay. Fair
It's
enough.
just 2. It's just 2, Savin.
Okay.
Contain yourself.
Oh.
Sure. Give me a moment just to. Okay, yeah. Let me DM you something.
While Merz is writing that, Molly, Jeanne asked, did your crew discover any reason why that happened? Why they did that?
We didn't discover anything, and the people that did discover things disappeared.
Right.
The Mechanicus were the last left on board. And then not even all of us. The Omnissiah protects whatever that was.
Yes, I understand.
They're safe in the arms of the machine god. I only have 2 theories as to why the adepts were the least affected. One, the most obvious and correct one, we're the Omnissiah special little children. It gives us pats on our implants. The other one is that we generally work near the Gellar field, A, and the engine room, B, both of which are shocked with energy through, the anti-bad thing, Gellerfield, and the sheer amount of plasma energy that goes through the engines.
But
So,
your ship, the Gellerfield, was up and stable the whole journey, right?
correctamundo. Which is why we're the omniscience special little children.
Can I raise a question?
Yes, Xiph.
What's more concerning, the fact that they just killed each other, or that their bodies disappeared?
The disappearance.
Yeah, I would assume so.
People can be compelled to perform actions against their will by psychic powers, but disappearing their bodies like that is unusual. And it's...
Captain,
Yes, Victor.
I have reason to believe that something slowly but steadily chipped away at their souls, weakened them enough to get to that point. Explorator!
Hello.
Was there any unusual cargo that ship had picked up?
No, remember? Like I said, people started disappearing en route.
En route.
And you found
Yes.
the colony already depopulated.
Yes. And by the time that we got to the planet itself, it was just the adepts, the navigator, who I never really talked to, and the captain. And then by the time we got back on board, the captain wasn't there anymore, and the navigator was there. And then we made jump, and then it was just me.
So
Were the void shields powered on? Was the Gellerfield activated?
I was running back and forth between the two, and yes, they both were.
So whatever affected your ship and the colony was able to exert influence throughout multiple star systems into and outside the warp.
I have a theory that we may have picked up a parasite.
But your people were disappearing before they reached the planet.
Yes, en route to the warp. Through the warp. The warp is weird. Things happen simultaneously and all over the place. It's not like you do go from point A to point B, and because I'm not there right now, that means what's there right now can't hurt me.
I have to say, however, these movements, they're too mechanical. I have seen the immaterium and how it affects people. This, they usually have moves far more imprecise than this.
Yes,
If you are suggesting anything mechanical, and not using that as a turn of phrase, I assure you, if it was, wait, hang on, Merzendi, do I know what the Necrons are?
My dear Explorator, machines can be influenced by
hang
the
on.
warp.
Let me finish.
Let's see, what forbidden laws do you have?
Machine Cult, Tech, Archaeotech, Adeptus Mechanicus, Forbidden Lore, Archaeotech, Adeptus Mechanicus.
Nope.
You can make a Mechanicus with a minus 20.
He's okay. And I'm not going to re-roll that because I don't
will give you a plus 10.
Oh,
Boop.
okay then.
Yeah, you've vaguely heard of Necrons. They are beings that destroyed their souls to become impure and living machines.
And I assure you, if it was everyone's favorite abominable intelligent skelly boys, it wasn't them, because I would have seen it on the Auspex. Auspex picked up nothing, the Gellerfield held strong.
Yes. This doesn't seem like warp madness. The Navigator's right. It looked mechanical in the sense that they were being puppeteered.
About to say that, it's like puppets on strings.
Precisely.
It's not like any of us would know what an enslaver is, so it's fine.
Well, that explains that
Jeanne.
they may have not had complete control over themselves and it just happened. Still doesn't explain the sudden disappearance.
No. Nor does it explain how it affected inside a void ship. In the war, with the Geller field and void shields up.
It wasn't something.
Merzendi, are any of my could I go back through my memories and see if any of my personal logs were corrupted? Because as far as Molly knows, the void shields and the Geller field held strong, and Eloa would have gone pretty thoroughly through her memory too.
Yeah. I don't think I need a roll for that, because you would have had Eloa helping, and she's a fucking god of this thing. Yeah, as far as the two of you could tell, there was no harm to your memcores. Your
According,
recollection is accurate, as far as you two can tell.
and this has the Magos Eloa stamp of approval that my memories are sound and solid.
Then I'll take that as gospel, but still, that doesn't
Can we-
explain what did this, nor, more importantly for us, how to protect ourselves against it.
I think we have an advantage. My last ship didn't have the holy technoscrines on the hull.
Perhaps, but having a Gellerfield didn't seem to help you at all.
Maybe it's a
Well,
combination of the two that will save us.
I'm
We
not
do
willing to risk
process-
the crew on it.
We do process by elimination. What we know that this can't possibly be something tech related, and we can only assume it's the warp, but the warp doesn't exactly work exactly like this, or seems to be as
No,
quick.
I don't believe it's the warp. It's likely some sort of psychic phenomenon, but I'm more willing to bet that it's some sort of creature or ancient device. Some sort of alien race we've never encountered before, perhaps?
If we're taking Maul's word into account about that shield stuff, well, what would that shield thing block exactly? If that is the determining factor.
Demonic influence. The creatures of the warp.
So until we seemingly get attacked by this phenomenon as well, we won't know if it's Damon involved until.
We can't rule it out, but it seems highly unlikely, given the circumstances and the way they behaved. Molly, when did the disappearances begin for your ship?
It's really hard to tell. I didn't notice the disappearances at first because I was in the I was either talking to the drives, talking to the warp core, not the warp core. It's not Star Trek. Talking to the Geller field, or talking to my fellows. And like I said, we tended not to disappear so much. It was the menials and the servitors that
Right.
disappeared first.
But when were you
Van
alerted?
Zaus.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Van Zaus was going to speak up and say, to be clear, Lord Captain, on this vessel, we would be unlikely to notice a disappearance among the crew until at least 5-10% had gone missing. And under your command, we keep a much closer eye and give more care to the menial crewmen than most void ships.
5% is a lot of missing men, but very well. Still, when did you become aware? Did anyone disappear that you know of before you left for the warp journey to the colony.
Merzendi, who would have disappeared to actually knock the tech priests out of their tech fugue? Other than just noticing that there's not enough helpers and yelling, "Where are my servitors?"
I mean, that's probably it, really. When
Yeah,
a
okay.
significant number of servitors were just gone, and
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's a bit complicated to explain to people that don't have the holy implants, but we can tend to be able to ping where our servitors are, and you know, for a lot of the time, you don't really bother. It's just like you come here, you go over there, with just command strictures. But when I realized that a lot of our higher quality servitors was missing, I did a mass ping, and even if like they got staberated, if there was a revolt on the crew where they decided, well, let's take out the servitors first for some reason because we've gone space bonkers, their implants would still have tracking on them. They were just gone.
And when was this that you noticed?
How many days into warp jump do you think, Merzendi?
let me map a route you would have had to take out. So the trip would have been 70 days each way, on average, before, and probably after like 30, 35 days when you really started noticing.
About 37 days, you said?
30, 35.
Okay. About a month into travel.
A month?
Well, what if we ping like every other day? Make sure, see if there's any disappearances.
Oh,
Have
yes.
other ships gone through before this expedition we're on, Merzendi? Gone through and come back, or
Some have, yes, but none that went further than Kane's will.
remember, there are ships that have gone there and back again. It's just, doomed voyage, and no one went farther than Kane's will.
Right, that's what concerns me. And yes, Xiph, when we eventually take that route, we'll be doing roll calls daily. But I'm not willing to take that journey until we have something to work with. I refuse to lose my crew, like that Mechanicum vessel. Speaking of which, Molly? Would you have access to that ship's data core still?
You mean the data logs?
Yes, sure.
Merzendi, do I have a copy of the data logs from the ship, or was that confiscated by the Mechanicus?
I don't think your personal mem core would be big enough for a full copy.
Yeah, no, I was saying like in one of the boxes I've been pushing around.
Given that you are on this, you have been selected for this expedition largely because you were on a previous one. It would be extraordinarily self-defeating of the Imperium to confiscate that. And while that would be perfectly in character for the normal Imperium, you were selected by Juno and Eloa, and they are smart people.
I have a copy of the entire logs from beginning to end. It was in one of the boxes I pushed into my room. She'll pat one of the boys on his head, and he's gonna skitar AI off.
Great. If you could forward me a copy of the captain's log from the last year or so, and then start going through the more recent logs yourself, We'll see if we can pinpoint when disappearances started more accurately.
Oh, I was just gonna give you the entire thing.
Also,
I
you said
don't
the
have the time to
Navigator.
go through the whole log myself.
Just plug your brain into it.
I can't do that, Molly. I'm not augmented.
What? You're not your mom. Come on, you didn't even get like a data spike or nothing?
No, I don't have any augments.
Esteemed
Blech.
Ingesia, may I have a moment?
Uh,
You said
yes,
the
Lord Navigator.
You said the Lord Navigator of the ship survived. Did you have any testimonies to give us?
Do I have the navigator's logs? Because I'm not sure if like the aren't don't navigators have their own like cryptography? It might still be like encrypted. I imagine that all of the navigator's personal log have like ancient them specific cryptology. Although LO I guess could have cracked it by now.
Maybe.
But it would have if it wasn't just immediately confiscated by the family is a problem because they're navigators. All of their secrets are belong to them.
Yeah.
That seems likely.
Roll. So one concept I want to introduce to this game is what I'm going to call a luck roll.
Oh no.
Now, what that is you guys are going to roll a d100 against 9 times your maximum fate points.
Oh, so 9 for me.
Yes.
9
Okay.
They are not lucky people.
Good, I don't need to worry about math. I'm bad at that.
Hey Merzendi.
Everyone's rolling.
No, this would just be Molly.
Yeah, I'll do that in a second, but I have something more important to send you. Tell me which you think would look better.
She looks at that. Another interesting question. Another.
1, 2, or 3. Oh, the legs are gonna get fixed, but
Was there anything common between the people who disappeared?
Aside from the ship they served on, no. It was eventually everyone.
It wasn't all at the same time. Then who was the first person to go?
Unfortunately, there's no way to know that for sure. Imperial ships, as Master Van Zaus has just said, keep a loose accounting of the crew.
Seems horribly inefficient.
Alright.
Yeah.
10% luck rolls. How do I roll that, Merzendi?
It's just 1d100. You should be able to work out the number because it's
Okay.
9 times your fate.
9 times my fate.
Yeah, your max fate.
9 times 3. Okay.
So this is 27.
8. Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah. It took a great deal of diplomatic wrangling on Juno's part, but you guys retained the navigator's log. You possess a direct copy, and Eloa has been working on breaking the cipher, but it is inordinately complicated. She has determined it has something to do with the blood type and breeding regime of the Navigator house, and as such, it's taking more diplomatic wrangling for her to get an unaltered copy of their, house logbook, so she can use that to break it. However, you do have a copy, and you do have a Navigator.
Molly will reach into her robes and produce a very, very ornate looking, like best quality data slate. Just hand it over to the navigator. Here you go. It's we've tried to break the encryption as much as we can, but none of us have the revered third eye, so we haven't been able to get much farther than that.
Well then, could I be excused for a moment? This might require some time.
The captain is not paying attention. She fell asleep.
No, so I was explaining Sophie and Witch Corset lore.
Alcohol, I guess it can wait. We don't need to translate it straight away.
We are
Just
going to
testing in
Missoula.
background.
He has to be excused to go and look at to take a peek at the data slate I just handed him with all the Navigator secrets on it.
Of course, Victor. Good luck.
Excellent. Thank you, Captain. I'll get started on this straight away. Unless, of course, you believe my presence is still required for this briefing.
No, I believe we need to start doing our own research.
Indeed.
Might I suggest enjoying the utilities of the librarium vault? It's quite well stocked, even with Cypher's materials.
I think I will do just that.
Right then. Unless anyone has any further insight on this endeavor, well, we should start reading.
Am I being included in this? I
Mm,
can read Gothic, but I don't know how much my input would assist here.
You're welcome to help me rifle through some data, yes.
Oh,
I'm afraid it's going
alright.
to be dry work.
Well, I need to do something. Gotta earn my keep.
Just put on Dark Age techno hymns. It'll be fine.
Didn't you tell me that I can't do that?
You can't? I never said you couldn't listen to music.
Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you meant like attaching more to like plugging my head into something.
No.
I could try, but you would explode.
Watch.
Probably would.
Jeanne will take the remote out of her bust again, click it, and Dark Age techno hymns will begin playing throughout the ship.
You know, Captain, most people use pockets.
I am using
Why?
a pocket.
It's
Quite
right.
a large pocket.
It's the boob pocket, don't you know?
I'm just going to get this translated. Farewell.
Bye-bye.
You have a nice one. Oh, and also, just for you, we already put the Mechanicum's ice code on there, so you should be able to penetrate most of their more esoteric house-only stuff. The rest of the stuff is Navigator stuff.
I cannot wait. What house is this from?
Merzendi, what kind of house was this from?
I need no
Do you want me to?
specifics.
Do you want me to
Do my
roll for
people
it?
have beef with them?
I want Snippy to roll luck for me, please.
Luck. Okay.
You can have a plus 20 to it.
Nope, I don't make that.
Oh, no, as in you can have a plus 20 to your target number, not to the dice roll.
Oh. So that's a 29. I make it. With a 29, I make it.
Right. Yes. They are an allied family of the Ortelliuses. Are a proper magisterial house, and you have your house is occasionally intermarried with them. You do in fact have a copy of their, at least of their public, well, their semi-public breeding record. You do not have an inner house one, as they are not, as this navigator was not a von Ortellius himself. But assuming they didn't lie too much, you should be all right to make a start.
Okay. I
If he
know
ro-
it's not gonna cause as big of a blood feud as I thought, so okay.
If he rolled a 1, would it have just been another Von Ortellius?
Yes. It wouldn't have just been a 1. I was giving that like a 10% chance.
Oh, it's Steve. This incompetent fool. Oh, how I wish he was lost on my warp. Let's see what he did this time.
One thing I will point out, Snippy, is that the Navigator didn't survive the full journey. He survived most of it.
Oh, good. He's dead. Fuck him.
Yeah. Molly was the only one who actually made it off the ship.
Jesus fucking Christ. So Molly was the only one with fate points, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Was the only one with fate points and the only one that the ship liked.
I think that ship might have been responsible. Hmm?
I'm pretty sure that would have been that would have been figured out within the last 5 years of it being in service.
I don't know. Ships are pretty good at lying.
This is like 5 to 10 years ago this happened to Molly.
5
And she
years
is-
ago.
Yeah. And she definitely has not been hiding on a Forge world. Going, that didn't happen, everything's fine.
Okay, I'm just gonna get on this. I hope to God our captain can have a secret meeting with the knife here. Ultimately, SCR is going to be the best chance we have to deal with this. As much as I hate them.
What happened to the ship after you came back?
Well, given how long it takes to go through an overhaul of all the systems in a purification Merzendi, is it still being purified? Or did that take like a couple years and was shipped back out? No, more salient.
No.
More salient question. Was it a Mechanicus vessel?
Yes.
So yeah, okay. So I wouldn't know. It's fine.
I don't think you would have access to that information. It's not in a sort of, oh, you've been blackballed from knowledge, but in a sort of, you've just been away and doing things.
And also, I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I never want to go to that ship again.
There would be
Unless
a good way
you
of
had-
finding out.
Yeah, unless you had actively been keeping up with it deliberately, like just the sheer girth of the Imperium, even your little bit of the Imperium is enough that you will never hear about it again.
No, I've been spending all of my time exploring my personal guard's girth.
Yeah, so you guys wanted to do research into this stuff. Savin, remind me how your librarian works. It's a +10 to skill tests.
Yeah, it's
for
all
it,
investigation
right?
tagged skills, which includes all the knowledges and logic.
Okay, so let's start with one that would be a fairly easy one. Victor, since you have the books required for the cipher, you just need to make a logic roll to...
Logic roll. I'm quite bad at logic. Can you use literacy instead?
I guess you can.
Because logic is like a 15%, but literacy would be a base 30.
Okay. You can add your library modifier to it.
It'll be a 40% chance. Maybe I should have some help for this.
Would you like to get help from Factotum Van Zaus?
Yes. Oh, please help me.
Well, you know, the captain's
I
going to be
don't
down
even know what a
there
bite is.
as well, just in the area doing her own research on the captain's log. So I won't be helping with the test, but I'll be around to give you a +10 if you need it.
Guess it's a +30, right?
Yes, in total.
Excellent. I cannot fuck this up. 2 degrees of success.
Right, yeah, you can. Over the course of your trip from Corellia to Mazoa, and then from Mazoa onto the gate, you'll be able to decipher the navigator's log. Suppose, what do you want to know from it?
When did this fucker realize something was amiss, and how did things seem with his vision? Because, you know, navigators have a different view on things. He got up in his eye and be like, oh god, everyone is corrupted to shit. Or maybe his eye didn't pick up anything, and this is indeed not warp related. Which would be very concerning.
He noticed something was a bit weird about 10 days out from Kane's will. Because he noted that the warp was unusually sharp.
Sharp?
It's easy to see things.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, his third eye could sense with a greater clarity than normal. And then the next day after he notes that, one of his harem has gone missing. Oldest member of it, one that was his favorite, but who had recently been taken depressed with thoughts that her life would never amount to anything beyond warming his bed. But he didn't think was too bad, but she was very sad about. Now she's vanished. He doesn't know where she could have run away to, as the tower's locked. But clearly she must have found some way. And well, over the next that would be like 11 days, so over the next 2 weeks, notes the rest of his harem have vanished. He is increasingly concerned, especially since his security have not noticed anything. Even when with the Lord Cap, even when with the Major's Captain's assistance, they were put to the question. Fairly easy to do with Skitare. You just remote turn on the "I'm in pain" button. They did not confess to helping anyone escape.
Oh, this is not good
When
at
the
all.
security eventually went missing, he really thought, that's when he really put it together as, something is deeply wrong on this voyage. Something is deeply wrong on this sector. Even now, I myself feel a hardness at the edge of my mind.
Picking them off, few at a time. The only reason why I can think of the warp being this clean is that something is actively removing all the humans, plus psychically active creatures from that part of the galaxy. Because the warp is ultimately just the unconscious manifestation of humanity's psyche. And for that part of the galaxy to be clean, it means that there are many psychically active creatures. This is not good.
Any further questions from his log?
So he didn't notice. Most people didn't. No, most people didn't notice. Whatever was doing this was actively concealing itself. And he did feel pressure in his mind, so he was also psychically powerful. The warp was clean. Took him not long to notice. Did he try to take any countermeasures, any active protections? Was he keeping up on his prayers? Was he making himself more psychically visible? Or was he warding himself, trying to make his psyche seem smaller? Or did he just let it happen because he was too mindfucked to bother dealing with it?
Can navigators do that?
I mean, look, anyone who has forbidden lore warp can put one on one together and be like, I should ward this room. Or, hey,
No, I was
let's
just
draw
wondering-
some 8-pointed stars.
I was just wondering if navigators have the ability to increase or decrease their presence in the warp.
Not the same way a true psyker would, but since you have knowledge of the warp, you can take some precautionary steps.
I was
Much the same
Rituals are
way?
rituals.
Mhm.
Okay, just wondering. I was reading about navigators the other day because I'm not really up to snuff with them. It's very funny that they think that psychers are just do the same thing as them but degenerate and hate them for it.
Anyway. Yeah. He tried both. First, he tried warding and self-seemed small, and that made things feel worse. The hardness at his mind crept in, and at corners of his vision went black. And that only went away when he started singing out hymnals. Faith. Desperate faith in himself and in the God Emperor. That seemed to push for whatever was happening to him back.
Ah, that is good. That is certainly good. So we need to go full religious up in this motherfucker. Constant hymns, constant choirs, even sacrifices to the God Emperor of mankind.
Oh boy, are you on the right ship for this shit.
There's just a few blood sacrifices for the Emperor. I see nothing wrong with it. Maybe a couple of feasts.
Like, I don't know if you know this about House Standard, but we're real good with blood magic, let me tell you.
I do. I will compile a report to these observations. And I don't think I have anything else to ask of you, Mars. This is
That's
enough. We know that faith in him who sits on Terra can ward us against this influence. We know this influence is capable of masking itself, and we know that it has been actively wiping the immaterium of our psychic presence. Somehow. It's certainly a thing. It's out there. And it has been systematically hunting these humans, few at a time. Taking great care to mask itself and its presence. Because Ben will notice the disappearances, but apparently no one did.
Quick
Even with
question.
abnormal amounts of suicides and disappearances, just no one bothered to check or report it until it was too late. So it's something that is intelligent, it's vile, and it probably hates humankind.
When we were shown the video, was there audio?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
There was no, like, noticeable noises. It was just the normal stuff, right?
Well,
What
there
you-
were definitely noticeable noises, but they were noises you would expect.
Yeah, I know. For
Hey,
some
Mars.
reason, my mind went sound marines for a second. I don't know why.
Because you like Slanesh. You wish it was Noise Marines, they'd be fun to fight.
I thought noise marines were Zinch.
No.
No,
That's
they're
not-
Slanesh.
Zinch has the Dust Marines.
The ones that were gonna be poppin' Space Marine 2 comes out, sponsored.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I wish we could be sponsored by
I wish I could play a
like
Rubric.
Space Marine 2.
So yeah,
I
think before Victor even turns that report in, Jeanne's already like gone to the ecclesiarchs in her giant temple complex here and told them, "All right, time to reconsecrate and bless the entire fucking ship. Let's go."
Well,
So,
actually, let's
similarly,
ask Zaus. He's with me. We're doing the research together.
Oh,
What
yeah?
does he think? He's a smart cookie.
What? I forgot about him until the session began, so I haven't actually finished his skills yet.
It's fine. Just throw something random at the wall.
Yeah, just looking to see what Seneschal has. Okay, they get Arche attack. At level 2, they get Xenos. So he doesn't have Arche attack. He doesn't have Xenos to throw at this yet.
It's fine. I don't
I'll
think he's
make
gonna
an
have.
intelligence roll for him.
I don't think he would have any forbidden lores. This is way beyond him. Most I expect out of this
One
man
degree
is.
of
Oh wow,
success
that's
is
weird.
Insufficient.
That's fine.
What if
You know, it's
plus 10?
it's the attempt.
Still insufficient.
Dang.
This is
Be looking
beyond
for
his pay
4.
grade.
I guess, yeah, 4. He thinks this is quite disturbing. But I do think it is of quite important that the first one the Navigator lost was the depressed one. One who was already weak in the soul.
Oh, well, yet another proof that the Emperor protects. They should have taken solace in him. Maybe, if they had faith, more of them would have survived.
Perhaps, but it is interesting to me that it was a member of the Mechanicum who survived in the end.
They have faith, if not to the Emperor, then to the Omnissiah. Two, in my humble opinion, are the same.
Reflections on the same thing. Yes, perhaps, but it is notable regardless. I wonder
Yes?
if I wonder if perhaps the immediacy of their faith helped. The fact that Explorator Molly is possessed of mechanical flesh, she can see on herself. Yes, I am proof in myself.
Perhaps that would make the most sense. From both a theological and a immaterium standpoint, I suppose. Such an individual has a very rigid way of thinking. You have surely noticed, yeah. On the surface, happy-go-lucky, as some people would say, but beneath lies a sharp, technical mind. One that is rigid and faithful. One that is not burdened by such petty little things as doubt and insecurities that would plague the average voidsman.
As it is written, Lord Navigator, unless it is a mind too small for doubt.
Indeed. And her mind is small indeed.
Small but great in its field.
I fear we might not survive this voyage, my good friend. We are far too intelligent for this.
We shall have to see.
Yes, and we shall have to dress this report up in a manner that will be. We need to make a PowerPoint, don't we?
How long
Yeah.
is this research period going for? Like weeks?
Yes.
I hate. And sorry for this, but I just do not do well with machines. I will require your help for this.
It is quite all right, Lord Navigator. I have already begun formulating the PowerPoint. And, he taps his augmatic eye.
Thank you, Zaus. You are, as always, most helpful. Drinks are on me next time. Right. Let's go get ready for it.
Now, who was going through the captain's log?
That'd be
I
Jeanne
gave
Xiph.
that to Jeanne.
Yeah, that'd be Jeanne and Xiph. Xiph just be assistant.
Right. So you've got assistants of a femboy, and you have a librarian. Literacy or logic, please.
Well, I'm gonna pick literacy because I'm trained in that.
We both are.
Alright, where the fuck even is literacy written down? I'm just gonna
It's
roll
an advanced skill.
Ah, yes, thank you.
I also have it trained.
Alright, so... is your intelligence better than a 40? Or equal to?
My intelligence is 50.
Holy shit, okay, yeah, I'm gonna
What the
assist you.
fuck? Whoa, he's so smart.
What the fuck?
So do I click on literacy or do I click on intelligence?
Yes, you click on literacy. And make sure you have both the dots next to it ticked on.
Man, Tower, clever.
And then add...
What do I...
On the modifiers, it'll be plus 30, because you have Jeanne, leadership, and the librarian.
So plus 30, not just 30?
Just 30. Don't add the plus. Sorry.
That's fine, alright.
Well done.
All right. I need to step away a second, work out what you want to ask me.
Alright, well...
I'll also step away. I need a piss and more cigarettes.
So as it turns out, despite Xiph not knowing much about, Gothic record keeping, turns out he had quite the knack for it.
Yeah, turns
It
out...
turns- Yeah, it turns out that like all of that time reading Tao light novel isekais made his reading literacy go up.
I don't know if I feel very attacked right now for some reason. Too close to
I
home.
mean, from your perspective, Xiph is in an isekai.
Yeah.
I've been transported to another world. Look at all these funny people.
Xiph just has everything like properly organized into different sections. Like the
I
cross reference.
return.
Everything's on a board with the red strings everywhere.
Hello.
Yeah, Xiph was just helping. I guess John would be the one asking the questions.
Yeah.
So, those are my 4 questions.
All right. When did the captain become aware? He noted performance was degrading in some areas about a week into the voyage, and became apparent it became apparent to him something was wrong when the Navigator started complaining about his harem vanishing. But initial week, it seemed to fall within expected turnaround.
Of course.
Warp's dangerous. People die on every trip. When it's senior members of the crew complaining about their people dying, and that's when he started looking into it, and saw the numbers were higher than anticipated.
That is very early into the trip that shit started going wrong. If you notice degrading numbers in a week. Oof. I guess, actually, let me add one more like pseudo question base, like forking off of that. Since the ship had to go through Kane's will, that's the space station, right?
Yes.
All right, so it had to go through there. Was anything fucked up there? Anything unusual?
Nothing was fucked up there, but they were already concerned about a number of ships that were late on returning. Of expeditions that had drifted out of contact.
I see. All right, so question 2.
Yeah, question 2. He authorized the deployment of Skitari among the menials, supervising whipping those who were falling behind, and search teams to work out where have people gone. Is there something inside the ship? They didn't find anything. Well, his log notes that some of the Skitari were themselves reported as behaving erratically.
Is there any definition to erratic there I can look into?
Yes. Yeah. He probably appended the log of one of the Skitari primes. Some were slow in obeying orders and then disconnected from the squad unit. They were not found after their disconnection.
But there were symptoms before they vanished. It's good, at least.
The ship itself, no, the ship was smooth and fast. Systems were behaving nominally or better than nominally, as expected of a holy vessel of sacred Mars on an Explorator mission. Augurs? No.
Unfortunate.
Just note that the Navigator, when they arrived, Navigator commented on the warp having been very crisp, very clear to him. But
well, that's not good.
at the time, that in itself is... He was not sure what to make of that. His databanks had not included a similar event in the past. However, the captain notes that his organic components felt a chill when the Navigator said that.
Xiph has a question.
Go ahead.
Is there at any point during the readings of the logs where, right, I don't think the right word's vernacular, but the way that the captain was writing the logs, it started changing? Like, rather it be more erratic or the wording changes, like it's, like it would almost seem like someone different is typing it, or the captain's like under some influence.
Do either of you have the scrutiny skill?
I don't believe so.
Mm.
No.
Scrutiny.
No,
don't think anyone has
perception
scrutiny.
anyway.
I do not,
Do I?
but I do have high perception.
Well, you could
I-
make you could make a scrutiny roll. Unless Ozcar does have it.
I don't. I have a 22.
Well, let's see if my untrained roll will do some. Okay, all right, all right.
I
I'm
believe
blowing on
you
my imaginary dice.
technically
Go.
Get a plus 10. Never mind, doesn't matter.
95.
I'm good at organizing stuff. I'm not good at like figuring out. This person.
Yeah.
It looks like they changed their font. Strange.
No
Who
amount
writes
of
a
bonus.
Comic Sans?
Is
No amount of
Xena
bonuses
trying
can
to
fix
figure
that.
out human mannerisms?
No, you can't tell. He was, after all, a Mechanicus captain. His log is generally quite
Then wouldn't
formal and
Maul
robotic.
then wouldn't Maul be able to see like, that's weird. It sounds significantly more flesh-like.
I'm wondering if that's an affectionate nickname where you don't get the joke.
But
Mol
Dash-
3 is Molly.
oh,
No, Xiph does not and will never get the joke. It's fine.
Xiph doesn't understand. He just says Maul. Probably because I didn't get it, so it's still Maul.
Alright. So, what was there anything noteworthy in the captain's last entry?
You can't read the last entry. It's Technolingua.
In binary.
Yeah.
Jeanne will just tap her comm bead. Molly, are you free?
I am setting things up, and I am going to plug this into that and that into here. And
Right.
yes, I am currently not
I'm
filled.
gonna forward you a file. If you could translate it into Gothic, I'd appreciate it.
I assume it's in Technolingua then,
Correct.
or is it in Explorator binary?
I have no idea what the difference is.
Okie dokie.
Jeanne will just sweep the file over onto the net.
All right. How long does it take to translate Merzendi? Is like instantaneous, like 1-to-1 for a Mechanicus, or is it takes me a minute to type everything down?
Pretty instant. And Molly, you can quickly see why this wasn't already translated. This is a lamentation by the captain as to his failure in his duties to his crew, to his forge, and to the Omnisire. A prayer for forgiveness and lamentation for those lost.
All right. You're gonna get basically a ping back within like 3 seconds And just thing from Molly. It's just sad stuff. Nothing worth it. Nothing that helps explain your mystery, our mystery.
Damn. Unfortunate.
You would think with so many limbs, I would be able to move all of this stuff easier.
Well, I'm sure you have some boys to help you out with that, but if you need a helping hand settling in, I think we've just finished here. Oh, thank you, Xiph.
No problem.
If Molly doesn't need a hand, I'm going to go talk to the Ecclesiarchs. If we can't
Want me
protect
to
ourselves with the Gellerfield, perhaps we can be armored in faith.
You want me to
Molly's
stay
just
here?
unhelpful in her response. She just goes,
You want me to stay here, Captain?
Yes, you can return to your quarters, Xiph.
Yeah, I gotta tune my rifle anyway, just in case.
If you
Always
need
gotta
to
stay
tune
ready.
it in a more kinetic fashion, we do have a firing range down in the guard post.
Oh yeah, no, I could definitely do that. I'm gonna go grab my guns then. Zoop and zoop.
Priest, bless the ship. We're going into the shit now.
Oh, of course, you do need a priest NPC, don't you?
I mean, look,
I
Jeanne
completely
Now we
forgot
do.
about that.
those duties, but
Now
well,
we all of a sudden need
Ella
one.
was explorators have a different job title. I cannot. I can operate as your ship's engine seer, but I have other things to do.
Not that sort of priest.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
the actual Ministorum.
Ministorum priest.
Ministorum priest. Just resurrect what's his name. It's fine. There's enough body parts of him left together. We can stitch him back up.
There's just some
Cybernetic
panties that are
resurrection.
smoking. Yeah.
Come on. We can cybernetic resurrect him.
Given that Jeanne was like born and raised on Leth, where they have like the Fire Lords cult, I imagine her like Ministorum complement are probably like Fire Lord Lethites.
True.
That is how Jeanne generally perceives the Imperial Creed. The wrong way, the French way.
Let me see. Wow, I only ever made one token for a fire speaker. Well, it'll still do.
It's good. We only need the one until he dies. Then his twin brother takes over. I remember him. He was on fire.
Mers, I feel like we should send a couple of redemptionist colonist ships over that way. That'll be fun.
Give me a moment and I'm going to generate a French name for you.
Hon.
Pascal Dure,
Perfect.
fire speaker of Lev.
Speaker Pascal, do you have a moment?
Oh, you Lord Captain. I have all the moments that the good Emperor has allotted to me.
Well, I need your help extending those moments for the crew. We're going to be heading into dangerous waters soon. A void that's unusual. I'd like the ship to be armored in faith, more so than usual even. Reconsecrate the wards, get the crew's faith burning with the fires of Leth again. Need them ready body and soul for what's to come.
I understand. Ramos. I did not. On our recent stop, we took aboard several new personages. Have they all been baptized in the old way?
Not all. I'm afraid you won't have much luck with our new Mechanicus contingent.
If it be by your order, I am sure they could be persuadable.
I will endeavor. Yes, it would be best if all human souls aboard were wrapped in the flames. Good thinking. So I'm just gonna, like, turn aside for one and tap her comm bead. Molly?
Blah.
Would you mind terribly much if our flame speaker baptized your Scutarii? It may genuinely help in what's to come. Remember, the Omnisci and the Emperor are two sides of the same coin.
I know. They're just always mean when they talk to us.
Pascal would never be mean to you.
I think you haven't met enough priests, regular priests, not the good kind. Like,
Well, I have
me.
the good kind.
Will you not take Pascal's wager? Wink.
So, I will only permit this if they're baptized in oil. None of your holy water.
What do you think about holy fire?
The Omniscience Forge? Can you do that?
Probably.
I thought it was only Merzendi, help me. What's his name? There it is. Lord Jacques that could do stuff like that. Not some wiggly flesh boy.
My priests are from Leth, Molly. They speak with the same flame.
Uh-huh. Fine. But if I hear one snide remark, no, I can't shoot them. I will kick him in the balls with a robot foot.
I'm sure that won't be necessary. Alright, we'll see you down here soonish.
Does he have enough for 63 then?
I'll just glance at Pascal. You think you can do 63 in one day?
It's
A reminder,
it's within
Captain.
our powers, but are there any other conditions that were set?
She said, don't make any snide remarks or she'll kick you in the balls.
Also, a reminder, Savin, we are going to Mazoa first.
Yeah, it's fine.
We have a lot of time to do all this. He doesn't have to dunk Skitarii all in one day. We can make it like a rotating thing.
She'd prefer it to be in oil rather than water, but I assume with the flames it doesn't much matter.
Oil burns better.
Real question
We
is,
will have to be careful with the amount of oil, however. We do not wish to combust them unto death.
are we going to have Xiph stuff blessed?
In fact, in setting, we can put sacred seals on weapons, and then people just look the other way because your weapon has a sacred seal on it. what's his name? The coolest commissar of all time had a orc claw that they just put a bunch of
Yarrick.
seals on.
Yarrick.
Yarrick. Yeah. So we might be able to do that to your weapon. Just put a bunch of holy seals on it and have the flame boys pray over them.
Look, I'm not saying that in the last campaign we had several weapons that were definitely Tau in origin, but just disguised as Imperial weapons, but that might have happened.
Because
Just
if we need the protection, then like would they like go the full 9 yards and say, yeah, no, you know what? He is a part of the crew. Why don't we bless the Tau stuff too? You know, just to be safe.
well, we're blessing personages right now, and Jeanne is not going to try and get you baptized because you will probably actually die.
But you thought about it for a second, which shows some concern. Like, maybe no, let's not chance it.
Yeah. I mean, she immediately thought about it and was like, that will almost certainly light Xiph on fire.
Fire's not good.
No, especially not in this game. Getting lit on fire is really fucking bad.
Unless you have like the machine trait, which just completely ignores it. Being on fire is really annoying, which is why I specifically am going to buy fire extinguishers.
Don't worry, those
Good.
only help.
I did that in the last campaign too, where it doesn't immediately put you out, but it gives you a bonus to putting yourself out.
Yeah. Yeah, good shout. We should get some of those.
Yeah, that's on my list when we get to Mazoa. But I assume those are common, so we can get as much as we want. I don't think fire extinguishers would be anything any rarer than common, right?
I think they would. Yes.
Really?
But that's it. Yeah.
On a Forge World?
Yeah. Normally they're integrated into the building.
Okay, fair enough.
Just
I guess
everyone
we will have
inside briefly switches to their internal oxygen supply, and then the building is flooded with CO2.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right.
But yeah. Pascal will see about doing that. None of your Skitari have any significant amount of corruption points, so none of them are consumed by the Eternal Flame.
Nope. All of my Skitari are pure beans.
Even the lit of the Eternal Flame they actually have with them. It's like an Olympic torch.
It's okay. It gives Jeanne great comfort at times of stress.
It does burn eternally and burn out for wickedness. So yeah, it's your research. Is there any fun stuff you want to do before on this roundabout trip?
It looks like I'm not doing too well.
No, I am going to be getting everything set up and getting my bed set up. I specifically asked for one big enough for me and 3 others.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have much else that I need. Winter, is there anything you need? You want anything you want to do?
For one.
Well, no, anything you want to do before we make
Oh, no.
Talk to anyone.
Not that I can think of.
Getting a snipe off with the Xenos, you know.
Yeah, go shop
Not
the Xeno
today.
so that you get a better shot. Go. You need to prove to him that humanity is superior. And, you know, to the crew so that they don't feel insecure.
I don't think with that roll they're feeling that insecure.
Hey, you never know.
Quick,
As it turns out,
have cats and dance roll ballistic skill for the crew.
I could roll a ballistic skill for the crew.
I think you're a bit of an outlier.
I am.
Oh my god, everyone keeps missing. Come on,
I
Oscar.
mean, hey,
Come
it's
on.
better
You
than,
show these people
it's
what
better
it's
than
done.
Xiph did. She could even buy in. Well, that would be a waste.
There we go.
There we go.
Bullseye.
It was the
fuck!
snipe. It was the snipe.
No!
It was like a little bit to
Nah.
the left. There we go.
So, are you spending your fate point to reroll into that, or
Do I get the fate points back?
At next session.
at the end of the session?
Yeah, I'll do it as a joke. Why
No,
not?
don't style on my boys.
Then I could spend a fate point to make mine also a degree higher.
But then you'd just match. You wouldn't beat.
And it's
I
better than being
know,
humiliated by an alien.
True.
It's not going to get much better. And Jeanne's not there to help.
The reason why I'm doing that is because it's just funny to me that, oh yeah, no, the sight was just a bit off. Bang! There we go.
And that's zeroed in.
Yeah, I'll spend the fate point to match.
Yeah, do it.
Not gonna be outdone by a Xeno.
That's my boy.
If you miss again, I have a funny joke to say. Or
No,
you
he
hit,
doesn't
but if
have
you
to.
hit
You can
better.
just
No,
spend
no.
one to match you. Just get a plus 10.
I'm spending one to improve my degree success by 1.
So we have equal accurate shots.
Yeah.
As
Now
if
roll
we'll look up-
damage.
Oh no.
No, don't bother rolling damage.
No, yeah.
I don't
I-
think so.
Oh, screw it. This is not going to go well, but Cats and Dogs will re-roll hers.
She can just buy in at least.
No, she was gambling for the 2.
Oh,
So
I
are
wish I
we-
wasn't doing the PowerPoint. This is much more fun.
So are we doing the damage as the joke to further the joke, or are we?
No. You're both on 4. I'd like you both to roll again.
We both roll
Oh.
roll ballistic again.
Yes, let's see
roll
the
off.
second round.
Come on. Best out of 3.
Aw, shit.
Oh! Oscar still got it!
I don't know what degrees of success means, but I just see success and I'm like, okay, I got the shot. That's fine.
Well, you can see my 5 is bigger than your 2.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah.
Okay, for every 10 points you roll under your threshold, you get a degree of success. And they add a lot to your damage. Like, if you have 5 degrees of success, you're firing in full auto, you're going to hit someone 5 times.
Yeah,
provided you have
doesn't-
the fire rate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for a sniper so much. Degrees of success are just good. But for people firing semi-auto, that's how this game works.
No.
I
Matters
just-
for sniper.
You'd be surprised how much degree success matters for a sniper.
I'm just fine with the green check mark. It means I didn't miss. I'll Xiph will look over to Oscar, give a thumbs up. Like, nice.
I'll thumbs up.
You have a nice beard.
Thanks.
Xiph will go back to it. Chill it out. Idly messing with the with his rifle every so often. Sometimes switching to the pistol to get a few rounds off with that. Now saying rounds with a laser weapon is not correct.
Yeah, it's a sort of plasma pulse weapon, and it basically is. Yeah, so what we had there was like Xiph put one hole in the gold and one hole in the red, right next to the gold, and Ozcar put one hole in the gold, and then the same hole in the gold.
So is this just going to be every time like we're just hanging out the ship, Xiph and Oscar just bond over shooting? Ziph's not assisting John.
Do you feel bonded?
Gave each other thumbs up.
I mostly just feel like I'm just competing.
Yeah, but Xiph is just being overly friendly.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
kind
all.
of putting Oz off, honestly.
I mean, it's honestly good to get good off on the right foot, though.
You know, some
Like, he doesn't
mutual,
hate you, but he's definitely unnerved.
just some mutual respect. Like, oh yeah, that guy's a good shot, just like me. Yeah, my
I-
goal for this, as the only Xeno here, is to at least have a okay relationship with everybody except Victor, because that's a lost cause.
I think Victor thinks you are fine for a Xenos.
Victor is not the
Yes.
person that makes friends, but he tries to be okay with everyone because this is a job.
He literally just looks at you with the casual racism
Same
of an
disdain as
employer.
everyone else.
Yes.
It's just a slightly more skewed squint instead of the regular one.
Okay, you can tell he dislikes you, but he tries to hide it real hard because he wants to be professional.
As I said, my goal just to make sure everybody's like okay with me and likes me. I think Molly okay with Xiph. John, definitely. Victor, meh. And sorry, I'm having a stroke. Ozcar, however you pronounce it, also
Yeah.
fine.
It's pronounced Oscar, but his mother was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just look
Who
at
isn't?
just look at Winter's name. I forgot to change my name, but yeah, just look at Winter's name, and it'll you can just call him Oz. If you look at a little thing.
Oh
and
yeah,
the
no,
yeah, just call him Oz. It's fine.
I put mine at the top of the screen. So
Either way.
yeah, no, I know what you mean. I just had to look around like, oh yeah, no, there we go. Listen, as you play with me, you will realize I flub words a lot.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. Since I think that was the only thing that he wanted to do, we can go on to Mizoa. And Mizoa is basically just a quick shopping trip, right?
Yeah, I have 4 things I need, and I am not going to roll well for them, and I'm never going to get them. All right.
Hold on, before you roll, it's important that we do. Let me roll for one thing first, and then I can roll commerce for you to help.
Wait, hang on, but I think we need to roll for the warp jump. We could just get lost in the warp while taking a
God.
hop, skip, and a jump to the
We're going to fast forward for warp jumps while you're in the
Oh,
Gothic
okay.
sector.
Yay!
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't
Actually,
want to
there
fuck
is
up this
one
early.
thing on the warp jump we can't fast forward. That's Xiph.
Oh.
Oh yeah, so I imagine John would want to talk to Xiph about what's about to happen.
Yes.
Sit him down. Or is she taking him to the quarter so they could talk, or
Yeah, she's just
like
gonna
in his room?
invite you up to the bridge as we're preparing for warp translation.
So the command bridge.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
Doing the first warp jump. Man, I wonder how this is gonna be.
It's gonna be terrible, Xiph. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. This sucks. Listen to me and listen very, very well. The warp is hell. It is a bad place. Everything you see and hear can and most likely is a lie. Do not, under any circumstance, no matter how dire, look outside the ship. All windows will be
close my
shuttered, but
eyes.
even still. Do not look outside. Do not trust your senses. Be on guard for possible attack.
So don't look, but still look without eyes in case something shows up.
Precisely. Be aware of your surroundings, but do not look outside.
Be aware but unaware.
Anything that threatens us will come into the ship.
Then I shoot it.
Right. If it doesn't look like a human or a Tau or my dog, shoot it.
You have a dog?
Oh, yes. His name is Lemon Ruff.
Aww. Why do I feel like that name sounds very familiar and very important?
I can't imagine why. He says with a slight smile.
Anyway, alright, so just stand here next to you? Do I have to hold your hand or something, or do we just go?
But yes, just stay here.
Yeah.
If you feel uncomfortable or afraid, just say something. I'll be here to walk you through it.
Alright, I'm gonna put my helmet on. I think that may help.
It can't hurt. And while Jeanne's like on the bridge here, she's in her full regalia with an armored breastplate and sword and pistol at her hip. She will sit down at the command chair, one leg over the other. All right. All crew, prepare for warp translation. Navigator, helm. Let's take the plunge.
Navigator, it's your loud and clear and is prepared.
As is tradition, bells ring from the bridge to the Navigator's tower. Yeah, so, most of you are familiar enough with warp to deal with warp madness. Xiph!
Alright, what do I roll?
Willpower, please.
That would be this one.
Let's
Yep. Nope.
Uh-oh. And you used your fate
Alright.
point, eh?
Eh.
Well, I can give you a
Roll
plus...
1d100 plus 40.
I can give you the plus 10 from command, so you've got...
Plus 30, then.
So what now? Do I roll again?
1d100 plus 30.
Alright, so
The raw dice
roll. I'm sorry, say it one more time. D what?
100 plus 30.
D100
Also, it
plus
occurs to me,
30.
before we see what happens, Jeanne is going to suggest strongly to Xiph that he leave his weapons behind, everything but his sidearm behind. And I don't want him going crazy with a rifle in here, please.
Yep, I only have the pistol and the
Good.
photon grenades, but you don't need to know that.
Those are photon flash grenades, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I don't mind being flashbanged. I mind being plasma grenaded.
Okay, so yeah, 36. I take that's bad.
No, that's as
that's
good as
good.
it could possibly be, basically.
Wait, so it's instead of like a D&D, the lower number's better,
It's
not the
lower
higher
is always
number.
better in this game, pretty much, except for damage.
Oh. Okay, gotta switch that in my head.
So, good news. This is literally the lowest result on the table.
Yay!
0 to 40. Phobia. You suffer from a severe phobia.
Do I get to choose what the phobia is?
Roll on the table, make it fear of spiders. I want you to scream every time you see Molly.
297.
Can we do the Alabaster phobia of ladders? All the characters I make are for whatever reason afraid of ladders because I find it funny.
For phobias, you have to roll on a table.
There isn't actually a table.
There's not a table in this game?
Yes, ladders!
Oh, it just gives examples like fear of the dead or fear of insects.
You should pull up Dark Heresy then, because there is a table there.
Fear of insects, afraid of Molly.
It's a shock and a trauma
Is
table.
that 1E or
It
2E,
was-
Dark Heresy?
I think it was in 2E, because this came up when we were playing.
Okay, let's have a quick look.
Well, sure.
Phobia 288? Is that the page?
But what happens if I ever run into a phobia? Do I like take a lower roll or do I have to run away?
You will freak the motherfucker out.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
Dark Heresy 2E doesn't have a phobia table.
Where
We have
did-
traumas and
what
we have
pho-
shock.
What phobia table? Where did the phobia table come from? Was that?
It was just trauma. It was just good old insanity trauma. And shock. You know, shock that resulting from fear.
Unironically, this is the part where we'd need Rem. Because he could just pull up whatever book it was in.
If you go over to insanity points, you can see the fear test button and the shock table button. You add your degrees of failure,
Yeah.
and it gives you a wonderful result. Like, look at me. I rolled a 91. With my 3 degrees of failure, I would be screaming, vomiting for 5 rounds, helpless, and gain 5 sanity points. Don't
Yeah,
roll a 91 on your shock on your fear test. Oh god.
I'll just...
Remember
wait
when
for-
that whole squad of stormtroopers like shit themselves and just sat in the fire and died?
I do. if we were using Black Crusade horde rules, they would be incapable of being set on fire.
So
Um. Hmm.
I could have swore there was an insanity table, but I can't find it. Sorry, Merzendi.
Come on, shock table.
Uh,
Is he shocked? I bet he's shocked.
I'm gonna look in
No,
only lore while you
it
go
would
on.
just be phobias. Anyway,
ladders.
yeah, sure. For the duration of this voyage, you are terrified of ladders.
So the Jeffries tubes.
Yep.
Oh,
Um,
it's this really silly joke I have with all my OCs. You know, my all-powerful Demon Queen OC, afraid of ladders. Won't go near them. It's kind of like
Ladders
how
have-
all my characters also have jars. Just a lot of jars.
Do not stick any
Ladders
of us in
have-
a jar. I refuse.
Only
ladders
you
have
do.
this horrible habit of falling. And now, Xiph, you know the ladder isn't just falling because of gravity or because someone pushed it or anything. It's falling because it's out to get you.
Are there ladders on the ship?
Oh yeah, loads.
There are, but you won't see them in your normal. So, honestly, you're fine. Good job.
Yes, the joke lives on. Oh my stupid
Alright.
ladder phobia thing. I'll be able to make so many funny memes.
Then, yeah, I guess we can move on to Missouri. Now, Savin, you said you wanted to go first with something.
Yes, so
I did find it,
require
Merzendi.
a calculance array, and I have successfully
What's
acquired
that?
it. It is an item from the core book. It gives you a +10 all commerce skill test once you have it.
I don't know.
Having now acquired it, I will now do the House Dandrick thing of abusing the shit out of commerce.
Amazing.
What is my factotum's commerce skill, by the way?
So he is a crewman. So his skill is in the 40s.
Okay, so mine is way better.
Yes. His commerce is indeed exactly 40.
All right, so I'm gonna. So, are we gonna do the thing where I just roll commerce once and we just modify based on that, or do I need to do it for every like individual thingamabobber?
One commerce roll will cover all of your purchases.
All right.
Now, I believe this is opposed,
Yes,
however.
opposed. I will presumably have my factotum's help.
Yes.
Let's see, do I have any other? So this is a social skill, luckily for me, right? Fellowship skill. Let me go to where I've written down all of my bonuses and where they apply. Let's see.
Not going to use my Forge World Fabricated General stat
That would be a
block,
little
because,
rude. So I think just a +10. I'm inviting them here, so that's +20. Okay. Well. Oh wait, no, that's a. No, yeah, that is that. Okay, so +20. Nice. $5.
right? So,
See, I think in this game it's only like +2 profit factor per net DOS. It's not quite as overwhelming as it is in Dark Heresy.
probably.
Let's see. Where acquisitions though? Game acquisitions, commerce. Here we go.
Oh, they fuck it up.
Nice. Okay, so it's profit factor by 2 points for each net DOS, so that'd be 12?
Yes.
Okay, so for the rest of our stay here on Mazoa, our effective profit factor is 48.
Okay, it has been a while. I do have a list. Unless anyone wants to go first, I have stuff I need.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, Merzendi, it's been a while. How do I roll with the profit factor? It's
You hit the
I
profit
roll
factor
below.
button on your character sheet. We will
Yes,
walk you through
but
all the steps.
I will walk you through all the steps.
Okay. There's also a handout, which I can just put in Discord real quick.
Where is profit factor, Merzendi?
It's on your front page at the bottom of your skill list on the right-hand side.
Oh, okay. Acquisition test. So, acquisition test, and then let's see. So for the
does
first
it
thing on my
actually
list,
go through everything?
Yes,
it
does.
says ubiquitous, abundant, blah 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 blah, scarce and unique. Okay.
Yep.
So
All those steps.
I need to look up. Go back to my rule books, and then it should be pulled up to the page. Well, okay, I'll go for the dragon scale armor first there, because I was pulled up to that page. So it is extremely rare.
Yeah.
But will it let me? No, it only lets me submit. It doesn't let me put any bonuses in. It doesn't have a next
There should
thing.
be a last step for other modifiers, but even if not, we can just,
Scale. Oh,
Yeah,
scale.
there's
Oh,
several
negligible
steps.
single man. Okay. Usually when I see submit,
Yeah, I get you. Also, I'm just gonna assume that I can't use this ability on a acquisitions test. I don't think that's on.
Correct.
Okay. That'd be extremely funny if everyone around me just got wealthier by my presence, but yeah, I think that's a little cracked.
Remind me. What does better quality armor do for you?
At best quality, it gives you 1 extra armor point, and it weighs
Yeah,
half as
I'm not
much.
gonna try for best. I just
at good quality, you get 1 extra AP against the first attack that hits you that round.
I think I'm just gonna go for common quality, and then hope I roll a 1.
What's your net percent chance?
0. I don't know.
Well, what's the rarity of the fucking thing? I have the table.
Extremely rare.
So that would be 30. So 0. Yeah, you can't fuck it up that bad.
And I don't have a bonus to this. So I already wrote down my bonuses to acquisition for everything last session.
Yes. So
what was I aiming for? What did I get?
I think you put a plus in there by accident somewhere.
Oh, did I? I'm an idiot.
Or you. No, it looks like you accidentally didn't write in your profit factor.
Oh, it's just not there.
Yeah, you just didn't write it in.
Oh, I just whatever. What's our profit factor for this?
Right now, it's 48.
Pretty sure 65 still fails, but I will re-roll with fate point because I want my armor. So I'll go through it again.
It would be very useful.
Yes. Where is it? Extremely rare.
And just roll another D-Hundy because we have the thing pulled up already.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh. I rolled a 9.
Well, 3 degrees success, and you've already gone for good quality. Or had you gone for good quality?
I went for common quality. So do I get a good quality then?
No, unfortunately, you are literally 1% off. Would you like to spend another fate point?
I have things that are also really important that I need to roll for. Yeah, I'll spend a fate point on this. If I have to spend a fate point to get a plasma cannon, I'll be very annoyed. But yeah, I'll spend a fate point to go over the over this.
You can't even
threshold.
use the plasma cannon.
I know. That's why that's literally my logic, dummy.
Yeah, you can have good quality dragon scale.
Okay. And for my second one, I have a bonus to this because I'm asking effectively Mama Eloa for spiders. For the aesthetic, you understand.
Yes.
I just need to you gotta give me a second because nope.
While you're fucking around with that, I'm just gonna go through like
Cyber
the
familiar.
shit.
Oh, it is so rare to see 70 modifiers.
Cyber familiar, also an extremely rare.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And roll again. Parts, I'll re-roll.
Womp.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
I rolled a 75 and 74.
Also, Eloa, do you tell Eloa that you briefed everyone about things already?
Yeah.
She will be amused and tell you that the Imperial Navy is going to be very disappointed, as they've got someone waiting at the gate who's meant to tell you everything you need to know. But you've been smart and done it while you've still got a chance to help yourselves. Is very clever. She's very proud of you, and it's going to make the Navy very grumpy.
Look, she doesn't have to tell the Navy. I'm happy to sit through another briefing.
I was literally there. Alright, so
That's why you're going again, and you get head patted.
Alright, well, I'm a little sad I don't get cyber familiars, but whatever. And my last one is, well, my almost last one, get a plasma cannon. Plasma cannon rarity. Let's look it up. Ryza heavy plasma
Very
cannon.
rare.
Very rare. Doop, doop, doop. Sorry, I am listening to a
30?
I am listening to synthwave called Biomechanical Era by a band called Death Selector, and I can't read it without reading Death Skeletor. And very rare. And common quality because I want the Merzendi wants the capacity for me to blow up. It's very funny.
Hell yeah.
Why make a plasma centric character if you don't have that goodly chance of it? Nope, 94, and I don't have any. I don't have any more fate points. Bump bump.
Yeah.
Wait, do I? 1, 2, nope, 3. I used 3.
Right, is that it for you then?
I'm sorry for tempting you with the armor.
I mean, the armor is definitely a better acquisition than the cannon.
Well, the best acquisition would be if I got the armor and the cyber familiars because it adds to my PR rating.
Yeah.
But like having I'm gonna plug in this armor in a second, but that would raise my let's see. Let me just go. Nope.
You'd be very tonky.
Yeah. And
So
12 all, yeah. Nope. It's stop it. It's not your turn yet.
I was just asking.
No, could I try to get ourselves how much for a squad's amount of fire retardant?
So
use that word.
Clean the fire.
So that is scarce. It being at a squad is a +20. So yeah, you'd be looking at a 68.
Do I have any
78
bonuses?
because this is a Forge world. They actually have that.
Do I have any bonuses to this?
You
I've
can
already
have an
played it.
extra 10.
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah. You can have actually that would be 7 degrees of success.
Yeah.
So you can have 4 best quality fire extinguishers.
All right. Everyone mark down on your sheet that you have best quality fire extinguishers on you.
You know what? Yep.
And now you can only get 4 of them.
Everyone but the Xenos gets one.
Ah,
God,
Racism.
okay.
ideal, TVH.
Well,
I
to
wish
be
I was
fair,
playing a Xeno.
to be fair, like you're also the sniper, and you have another sniper in here that has the propensity for people to teleport behind them and no hard feelings kid him. So I really think Winter
I'm
needs a
still
fire
salty
extinguisher.
about that.
There's absolutely
So-
no escape.
No,
All right, and I am done.
I was just telling Morgie about that last night.
Alright. I'm going to go through my list real quick. Since we are at least trying to acquire weapons, I might as well try and get a plasma pistol. So let's start with that. So I'm going to modify from 36 to
I mean,
48.
the accurate plasma pistol.
Yes, the Wrath one. So it
That's a good weapon.
extremely rare. It is something I would be perfectly happy using basically for the rest of the game. Let's see.
You
just
can get
the
one poor quality one and then refine it.
No. Other modifiers.
But Probe Trader doesn't use poor quality shit.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather not have it than yes. Okay. If I
It's
get literally
extremely rare.
nothing else, I am content. However,
It's extremely rare, isn't that like a -40?
it's only minus 30 in this game because wealth Lamau. Okay.
Still.
Look, don't ask me. Alright. A couple other things real quick. A privacy generator. I just need one to put in my office. Okay, I get that. Cool.
Yeah. I would have given you an extra bonus for, but you know,
I think
you can have a good quality one.
excellent.
Actually, with the extra bonus, you can have a best quality one.
Baller.
Wait.
BQ.
I don't know what the difference makes, but
Or what?
I assume a best quality one is just really fucking hard to actually interfere with.
probably.
Alright. Red dot sight to put on my new plasma pistol. Scarce. Negligible. Common quality, because there's no benefit. That is a huge ballistic skill bonus I get from that, so I'm gonna go ahead and spend 1 FP to try and reroll that, because I can't quite buy in. So let's roll a D-Hundy. Okay. I get a best quality.
You make it 2.
Don't you already have one?
I don't know.
What?
I don't come with one.
I mean, yeah, but I thought you rolled for one in session 0.
No,
Okay. Well, since there's no best quality
I
version of this
didn't
gun,
roll for anything in sessions.
I could have
Sure, you can
sworn we
have
got
2
you like a
instead.
solo bolt gun and so. Alright, sorry, what
That
was
was
that?
negotiated rather than
It was negotiated.
rolled for.
Oh, I see. Okay, then I imagine you have a pretty large shopping list. Okay. Let's see. My troops all have crack grenades. Do I even need to roll for that? Can I just take those out of the armory?
Correct.
Okay, taking you off the list. 2 more things then. I was not gonna try and acquire this for a while because it's you know, one of those things. But now that there's we know that for a fact that there's warp fucker around. Give me them hexagrammatic wards, please. Apply directly to my armor.
Oh, I should roll.
Give it a try. I guess they do.
I totally forgot about those. I would like to try for those after he's done.
And I have one more armor modification slot, so let's try and get deflective construction. Which is scarce, I believe. Yes. Scarce, negligible, common quality, because it doesn't matter. Well, I don't care that much. That can just go.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's all I want at this point. Thank you very much. I am content. I will now go do
Did
a
I
bunch
go
of
for
data
the
entry.
how much are the hexagrammatic words?
Hexagrammatic wards are very rare.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I know. That's why I tried. Alright.
And no bonuses on this, right, Merzendi?
Correct.
Yes.
Excellent. That's super helpful.
And I will look at the other armor upgrades and get back to you, Merzendi. But I totally forgot you could upgrade armor.
They are
Yeah,
super
that
helpful.
is fine. I think if you don't have them to hand now, don't worry about it. I will let you over next week. Like, just
Yeah, that's fine, but people
call
have
back.
Yeah.
So, yes. Winter, Victor.
Yeah, I'll probably be doing a whole bunch of rolls over the next week because I'm sure I missed.
Yeah, do you have anything you want to try to buy now?
I do unfortunately have
yes,
a lot
yes.
of things I want to buy.
go.
I'd like to buy the wish scroll.
But
No.
Mers, I feel like a field of some kind would be an incredibly good idea.
Join me in having a
Usually,
power
yes.
field.
Even if it overloads easily, even if I get like a poor quality one. I'm thinking, do I just go for it and try to get an Architect shield, but a poor quality one?
What's the rarity on an Archaeotech shield? My god.
Nearly unique.
Minus 50.
I don't... I mean, technically you would have a chance of acquiring it, so I mean, I guess you can.
I mean, for us, is it still minus 50 for us?
Yeah.
Okay, I could knock it down to
It's minus
minus
50
4.
plus 30
No.
plus 10 if you're going.
If it's near,
No.
It's
if it's
nearly
near
unique, that's the
unique,
thing.
you do not get scale modifiers.
Oh, really?
It's gonna be a pain in the ass to get it, which is why I should just get a refractor field. It only has a rating of 30, but it's only very rare. I can absolutely get a fucking refractor field.
Savin, what book are the armor upgrades in?
Hexagrammatic wards are from Dark Heresy 1st edition, fucking somewhere.
They're in 2nd edition too. I
Well,
just
yeah,
can't
but
find
they
them.
might not do the same thing, and this is a 1st edition game. So
Right.
I think it's in either Inquisitor's Handbook or Ascension, but fuck knows. I just wrote all this shit down.
I'd appreciate if you.
Yeah, I'll go find it.
Oh, if you've it written down, then just send it to Stray.
Yeah, it's just a plus 20 bonus on all saves against psychic powers and demon bullshit.
I will literally write demon bullshit.
Okay. I will go find the exact text somewhere.
I should just get a conversion field and just blind everyone repeatedly.
Yeah.
There's so many nice fields I can get. Oh, it's beautiful. That's my big question. Do I go for something that is easy to get like refractor, or do I become a dick here and just get a displacement? Not a displacement, a conversion field, and just blind everyone every time I get shot.
I mean, I would appreciate you not blinding everybody, but I will not.
Refractor is
I
very
will-
rare.
I will let you know, Snippy. You can try to do that all you want. Dragon scale armor has a photo visor in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As does Tau combat armor.
But what
Apparently, I
about
need to go get a
for
photovisor.
Ceiko?
If Ceiko is within blinding range of you, then Ceiko has done something wrong.
Exactly. I'm glad we all agree. All right, I'm gonna go in for a conversion. It's only extremely rare.
Uh,
50.
wait, before you do that, let me look. Because let's see. Oh, no. You have to, sorry. You have to be Mechanicus to have the Voltigeist field. It would be really cool if our three-eyed monstrosity also had floating techno orbs protecting him. That would be amazing. You could also get a reductor field, which is extremely rare.
I am going to say if you are undecided, then let's put that in the roll over the week thing. Let's just get what you definitely want rolled now. Because I do want...
To get
I
to
do
the,
want to get you out of the Gothic sector this session, and I don't want to run too late with that.
Nope. I can't get it unless... Can I use a fate on that?
Yes, you can.
Yes?
I have a conversion field. Excellent. Everything else is secondary.
Hell yeah.
Now I just need to try to get my Stormy Carapace and my Red Dot. Those are my two other big priorities. So first of all, let's go for the Red Dot. This is not really all that important. It's only scarce. We'll get one of them. And then I'm just gonna bully Ella. It's not Ella. Sorry. I used to Ella. I miss Ella. I'm just gonna bully Molly to put it on my gun because I don't know how to attack things.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you. You're the best. I love you. Mwah.
Oh, I am going to try for a Spore Targeter.
Good call. Well, let's see if I can get my armor because I don't want to get shot. I do have my Carapace. That's very nice. Now I just need to get my Hunter Killer Missile and my Earthshaker emplacement. I probably could, but I shouldn't. No, I'm not gonna get my Hunter Killer Missile. It's 64 kilograms. I can't even lift that. However, I'm gonna get a Rebreather. Because I know better.
Could I get a bonus for being a Mechanicus for the Spore Targeter?
Yeah, you can have +10.
I have one Spore Targeter.
Yeah.
Good. That means when I shoot my plasma gun into melee, I won't hit anybody.
I appreciate that immensely.
I'm gonna buy a sword stick cane. So I can have a pimp cane around with me.
Well, you know, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try for best quality. No, I cannot go for best quality. I just need a cane. I'm an old man, you see.
Eventually, because I want to bolt one to my back, can I buy a Cognis Awakening without applying it to my weapon?
Yeah, you can buy the parts required.
Okay. This is probably not going to work because it's extremely rare, but...
Oh, hold on. I had a book with all the first edition shit on it. The Macarius Handbook of Arms. And Armor. I want to see if I can get the ceramite plating. Because if I can get ceramite plating...
Yeah, that's what I was...
this...
That's what I was trying to look for, is ceramite plating for my armor, but I can't find it.
Hold on. Maybe it will help you a bit.
I'm gonna say that, like, do it over the week. Very much. If you do not have it to hand with
You're right.
the modifiers now, let's not do it right now.
I'm just gonna finish whatever I have on my list. So I got everything but the motion predictor. Let me try for the motion predictor. This is the last thing for me.
I'm so sad that I got this instead of my robots. Oh well.
Which is just very rare again. Yeah, I'm buying very reasonable things. I haven't finished. I haven't failed a single requisition. I got everything on my list except the hunter killer missile because it was a bit of a joke.
Fucking brag about it.
The only important
I am
thing
gonna
I
brag
failed
about
is
it.
my 100 sentinels, for which I will be forever sad.
I can't see what else I can grab. I'm not a combat character, so I have zero interest in grabbing actual weapons.
Chat wants you to grab a holy crossbow.
The
Again?
Condemnor? The Condemnor? I don't know what books that's in, so that
It's
might
only
be-
in second edition.
That's
No,
Faith and
no,
Coin,
it's
I
in
think, or-
Faith and Coin too.
Oh, really? Can I grab a
I have that at
Condemnor?
hand.
I don't know how to use
Condemner,
primitive
extremely
weapons.
rare.
Okay, fuck it. I'll put it on my wall and then never shoot it because this guy can't shoot for shit.
You don't need to be able to shoot to be able to threaten someone with it.
So it's what's it again? Rare?
Actually,
Now the Condemner is both the bolt gun and the crossbow.
And it's what Narcy
It's
had.
extremely rare, Snippy.
Yup.
Okay. That's fine. Maybe I can find Narcy's gun. She threw it away. She doesn't need it anymore. Do I need to do a luck roll to see if
Yep.
it's actually old Narcy's gun?
Yes, please.
Do it.
Oh god, it is! Oh fuck! Oh, oh no!
Alright.
What?
What quality was Narcy's gun?
It was just a common. It has been tainted by her
for
touch.
God's sake.
How did this find its way here, I wonder?
Probably threw it in the
Winter,
trash.
remember to roll for all the ammo I sent you.
Yeah, I know. That's on the list.
Okay. I guess I have a Condemner that's been slightly used. I'm so glad this is back here to haunt me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's not slightly used. It is a condemnable that has been sanctified in the fires of battle.
Yeah. It sure is that. It's certainly that.
Okay. One last thing you should try to acquire, Snippy, is a star chart collection, which is extremely rare.
I already have that.
You do? Okay. Baller.
Hold on, I have the Navis Primer.
No, that's a different thing.
Okay. Extremely rare, you say.
Yes.
Star maps. Hold on.
Basically. It a common quality one reduces warp travel time by 1d5 days and gives us a tiny bonus to exploration objectives. A good quality one reduces it by 1d5 plus 5 days.
Okay, so what's the rarity again?
Extremely rare, and then you probably want good quality.
Fuck it, let's go for a good quality. Please work. Yes!
Holy shit!
I haven't failed a single fucking requisition. Naffle has blessed my dice and also given me Narcissus crossbow, which is interesting. It's certainly interesting. We'll see how this goes. I have no more requisitions to make. I have a 100% success. I'm just gonna give myself a pat on the back and call it a day.
Merzendi, I am going to be rolling for cybernetics, but I'm just going to write above each roll what I'm rolling for and then the rarity, and then that way I don't clog up
You
the
can
whole
just
thing.
take care of that yourself.
Yep.
Alright, anyway.
Ceiko.
Yeah. Oh, first things first. I need a hell gun.
My man.
So I believe the elite unit of the Lee Vanguard still have that.
Okay, if I can just...
You can have a common quality one, no problem. If you want a good quality one, then you need to roll.
I will try for the good quality.
Okay.
Let's go for it. I don't think there's any modifiers to that at the end.
Correct.
Oh shit!
You may have a best quality.
Hell yeah! Alright, next I was gonna try for a Melta gun. Let's go with the Mars pattern.
How many degrees of success do you need to improve the quality of an item? Like 4?
It's 2 times the It's twice the adjustment of the rating. So
Okay, so if it's a -30, you need get over
6.
3 degrees. Okay, 6 degrees of success. There we
That's
go.
a melted.
Right. What else?
Just trying to mark them on my sheet. Let's see here. See, I think that's all the guns I wanted offhand necessarily.
Don't forget the ammo.
That was next. Don't worry. Just gonna scroll to rarities because I didn't actually mark them down. Unless you did.
I did indeed
I'll get
write
straight
down
with-
all of your things. Just look in our chat
Yeah,
and then
no.
type in from Stray and then type in one of them was Inferno. So from Stray Paradox Inferno, it should take you there.
Just typing Inferno should get me there on the first page. Yeah, thank you. Rare. You're unique and rare. Yeah, very rare. Yep. Well, we'll start with the rare Inferno shell.
Sadness.
I will fate point that. So I would like the. Here we go. And then let's just move on to the very rare ones, the acid shells.
Those sound like war crimes.
They are.
Oh
They
no,
do,
those are
don't
the
they?
organ grinder rounds.
Of course, I get the brain implant. Ooh.
Have you heard of the organ reapers and what they do?
How many degrees of success is it to jump quality? Is it
Wow.
4?
It's twice the difference. So going up to good would, I think, be 4 degrees, and then best would be
Got
6
it, yeah.
degrees.
Okay.
So degrees definitely matter for how many I get, I think.
Not in this case.
They
So
do.
Rogue Trader
Oh,
just
oh,
gives you
no,
unlimited
that's true,
ammo,
that's true.
sort of. You're assumed to just
Oh,
take like
okay.
3 magazines and 3 of each type of grenade, but beyond that, like
Okay.
part of being super wealthy is you negotiate an effectively unlimited supply of shit to the ship.
Yeah. After a while, I will have you make a maintenance test to see if you've run out of them. But until
Okay.
then, you have unlimited.
All right. Let's see. Tempest bolt shells. I don't think I'm getting near unique at this point.
Yeah, because you don't get scale modifiers, so that's kind of out the door.
Yeah. So I'll just skip that for now. As nice as Tempest bolt shells are, I'm not gonna get them. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, acid and Inferno. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a very good selection of equipment.
Oh, you could have gotten
Yeah.
organ reapers though.
Those don't... I don't think those are bolt shells, though.
They can be.
I don't think that's true.
You go dig in. Which one are they in?
Organ
Right.
grinders, I think, are hostile acquisitions, but we can deal that between sessions.
I think they're increased
Yeah,
all
true.
handbooks.
Thought I saw
Anything
them.
else you have right now?
Let's go with the power armor then.
Alright, starting strong.
Okay, so you're going to want it at least good quality so it has its own built-in power supply.
True. Light power armor. I'm not holding out hope for this. Can I buy in, or would that be?
No, you are 1% too high to buy in.
Then I won't worry about it. Oh wait, should that be a little higher? Shouldn't that be? That should be an 8 of some kind.
Oh yeah, because you forgot to put in the 48 rather than the 36.
Yeah, so
You get it.
I do. Wow, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Savin.
Mm-hmm. Average.
I'm gonna try for Prey Sense, God. Just because I feel like it.
Crew implementations.
Okay.
Just give me +2 morale. That's all.
Cool.
I
So
have no
weird.
idea if it'll help, but it might,
You
apparently.
can just buy things. You know what? We should all get pulse rifles.
If I could get proficiency with them, I would. However,
We need to get the Tau a railgun.
I don't think we can get Tau Tech here, unfortunately.
No, maybe cold traders. Cold traders
I'm-
exist.
I-
Especially now that we're actively allowing them to exist in the sector. It's easy for them to smuggle the guns in.
Yeah, but you aren't going to be able to do that on the Forge World. When you get to the gate...
Okay,
yeah,
no Prey Sense. I'm not spending
Okay,
a fate
then.
point on that.
That's fair.
Mers, it's time for me to buy my Anthropic Accelerator.
What the fuck is that?
Tropic Accelerator? Nothing, don't worry about it. 3d10 plus 4, pen 3.
No.
Okay.
Camellia
That's
line.
not
I
the
need
same.
Camellia line.
Okay, yeah.
I have the opposite of that on my armor.
True, but you're not a sniper.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. It's just funny.
So I'm gonna try for the good quality on that because I think it actually has a thing.
Okay. Wow.
Fucking rip.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well.
Are you accepting the 100?
That's gonna actually get hurt
Will
us
is
some
there? Yeah, I'm gonna have to spend a fate point.
Yeah, that would close your acquisitions off.
Yeah.
Ceiko burps on a Magos. They take great offense.
I wouldn't impose that on anyone else.
Oh, okay.
It would be on you. Like, that
Oh, well,
would
and that
be
I
the
mean,
last
that's
roll
fine,
you could
basically,
make.
Womp.
Nope. Well, at least it's not 100 this time.
Right.
I think we're good. Then
I think that's it for now, but just because I don't want to take up too much time.
If you think of anything, you will have until next session, and you will have the credit of, you could have bought this at Mazoa, or you could have bought this at the gate.
Yeah.
As
I got that power
think
armor.
of anything
That's
over
good
the week, just message me in Discord. It does look like the sheep will let you do it basically without me.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then you guys will be able to make it to the cycling gate.
Dark as fuck
Have
in here, yo.
Oh, oops, I forgot to turn off dynamic lighting on it. Now,
You can turn it back on.
29 years ago, the Cyclone Lord Arch-Militant, he thought his machine would be able to pierce the Great Rift. He was wrong. At least while maintaining the original gateway, the connection into the heart of the Tau Empire, it is not able to pierce through the rift. And, well, diplomatic concerns prevent you from trying to turn that off. So now it has led to... Now the new opening has led to somewhere else, close to the border of the rift. What some have taken to calling the Dandrican sector. A name in honor of Inquisitor Trader Juno Dandric, who brought this safely into the Imperial fold, despite the objections of the Imperium, Chaos, the Mechanicum, the Imperium, the Tau, her and friends. Basically everyone. It was really impressive. It, in fact, had a whole campaign about it. Now, as you arrive in the system, get close enough to make contact and have your credentials. Oh. Captain Lupus, a request is passed for a party of dignitaries from the administering forces to board the Pride of Lev. Captain Lupus?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, Jeanne will roll out the metaphorical red carpet for him.
You have a literal red carpet, you know.
I mean, yes, but that feels flashy for, like, military personnel. Jeanne has peer military. She's aware that they don't like that level of pompousness, generally speaking.
In the Imperium?
Look, there's decorum. That's for nobles. These people work for a living.
This is a delegation headed by a flag captain.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
Carpet.
Fine.
And accompanied by the Elder.
Okay, well, in that
The
case,
singular one.
roll that shit out. Let's go. Get the band. Let's do this right then.
Yeah, it is definitely a whole ceremony sort of thing. Proper formalities have been exchanged. The leader of the delegation, Flag Captain McIntyre, of the Lady Gothic staff. Oh, I'm glad to see you made it, Lord Captain. We were beginning to think that some temporal anomaly might have happened.
this time, thankfully, but we voted on an overabundance of caution in our preparations. I understand we have quite the journey ahead of us.
Aye, that is most certainly true. I assume ye have a briefing room. Might I make use of it? And I would suggest you summon your senior staff.
Of course, right this way. They'll meet us upstairs. And once we start heading that way, Jeanne will, like, fall back a couple paces in line with the shader and just, like, give her a tiny little hug.
Get head scratches.
Yes. By the way,
How long has it been?
almost 2 years now? Entirely too long. How is the little one?
Ferocious and precocious.
Good.
This he shall bring a new god into being and strike down the wickedness all by himself. It is grand to have a child with such ambition.
Jeanne will just grin wide at that. Well, good. Glad someone's going to pick up the slack around here. How old does a Shader's child appear in, like, human terms by now? I assume she's actually
Like
given
8.
birth by now. Okay, about 8. That's not so bad. Because, like, I think... Is it a boy or a girl?
Boy. She
Boy.
did say he.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
You can't tell with the elves. You really can't.
Because I think he and Jeanne would have been born, like, not too far apart from each other. So, they're probably, like, pretty well acquainted. Little Babu friends.
Oh. Because Eldar long pregnancy stuff, he was actually born like 2 years later.
Okay.
And now, like, he is aging at about a third to half the rate she is.
Tiny little Babu forever.
So with her being like 25-ish, I think.
Jeanne is 27 subjectively, 28 objectively.
Okay.
So he'd be 25, so divided that by 3, 8-ish, yeah. Sounds about right. So yeah, briefing room.
Wonder how you. The duty ahead must weigh heavy.
I'm alright, but yes, I've gotten a glimpse of what we're in for, and it's a little spooky. Not quite sure what or how we can fortify ourselves against what's coming.
To tell you true, there were times when your mother thought the same. And through ingenuity and belief, and herself and in those by her side. She did manage better than could have ever been anticipated.
Well, then let's hope I can live up to her saintly example.
Her daughter true. I have no doubt that you shall exceed what she has done.
Well, is that you talking or the far sight?
I shall save the revelations of the sight till we are in briefing.
Very well. By the way, I was planning to get in touch with you regardless. I'm afraid I'm not entirely up to date on the movements of the craft worlds and the maiden worlds and such like, but where we're going, do you think there's a high chance we'll encounter more Eldari?
No.
Just no?
There is no chance at all.
I can't decide if that's a... No, that definitely seems bad, actually.
We miss
It's a
anything?
matter of farsight, Jeanne. Put the worry from your mind for now. Enjoy the company of your friends. Shall... Already I see the preparations you have made. They shall serve you well.
Good. That is good. Jeanne definitely does not like the, no, there's definitely zero chance you're gonna bump into Eldari out there. Like, oh man, the entire Eldar race is just like, nah, we don't like this sector, actually. We're gonna give this wide berth. It's a little alarming, not gonna lie.
I need to be back in a moment. I need to quickly go and pee before we
Okay.
hear briefing.
I have
So-
failed so many rolls tonight. I am so upset.
What did I miss?
Jeanne was talking to the Eldar Witch.
Nothing else of note?
Nope, we just got here.
Actually, what am I talking about? Eldar Witch.
Oh yeah, back in the last
Just-
campaign, Jeanne's mom had an Eldar warlock, a Shadra, who was part of her retinue.
And by retinue, do you mean harem?
No. Please,
Oh, for what?
Juno would never sexually interact with a Xenos.
She's
She
not a
would,
zoophile.
however, sexually interact with her husband next to a Xenos.
Snippy, did you find the ceramite plating?
It's not in. It's not in first edition.
Hiss boo.
Rip and puppers. Alright. But yeah, so the Eldar basically just said, you don't worry about bumping into any of my race in that entire sector. It's a void, which is terrifying.
Oh, shit's afoot.
Yeah, the most accomplished spacefaring
America.
race in all of history is just like, nah, we don't like this place.
Interesting.
Minor concern. Hello, Merz.
Yeah, well, so We're all gathered in the actual official senior crew briefing room.
Yes.
Actually, let me bring Pascal over.
Jeanne's actually, like, wearing clothes to a briefing. This is just a drag, but fine.
One day I'm gonna get a hat like you. Hat like yours. Very fancy hat.
This is a captain's hat, but you can get a hat.
A
Good
hat
collection.
like that looks like that one.
Not exactly like this one, but similar.
Like
The
that.
plume has to be smaller.
Right. No one can have a bigger hat than the captain. That's sacrilege.
Alright, so if I can't have a plume in it, but can I have a feather?
One feather.
Okay.
Where
try a
doth the
tricorn.
difference lie betwixt plume and feather?
I think a
you can
plume
use
has to
one as
have
a quill.
multiple feathers.
Even regardless, I don't think Xiph would know that there is a different that other close to the same thing.
You know, you could try a tricorn.
You certainly have plenty of those to spare.
Not one of mine.
Oh, I've heard of that. That's what Captain Tau Sparrow used to wear.
Never heard of the man.
Hmm.
I have. He was supposedly a half-breed man.
What?
Very flamboyant. My personal suspicion is that he was simply a human man who had been raised in Tau space and took to blue face painting.
That's racist.
Jeanne was just about to
If
be
you'll
like,
say so.
I love that series. Oh, nope, never mind.
Who gave them the blue pass?
Oh,
That one was a reach that I'm glad at least someone got.
Oh, I know Blueface, don't worry.
if I might interrupt,
Right, yes, of course.
Kentara has finished plugging in all of her data slates to the projector. The Cyclone Expanse, or the Dandrican Sector, that is what waits you on the other side. As you may know, the first, under the auspices of Inquisitor Dandrick, Major Selwa, and the apostate Dracovac, the Cyclone Gate was attempted to be used to open a gateway back to the Imperium Sanctus. While it could not breach the what has been coined the Cicatrix Maledictum, it has reached to the borderlands of it. Indeed, the stellar mapping of our initial expedition puts the emerged gateway within 200 light years. For those of you unfamiliar with stellar distances, that is remarkably close, This is effectively a bordering sector. Travel through the gate is difficult. Not because of the portal itself. The portal itself is quite smooth. But because on the other side, the emergence of the gate appears to have significantly disrupted the local star system. Gravitic anomalies, asteroid belts, and the remnants of vessels who succumbed to either of those will be haunting you. It is advised you proceed slowly and cautiously. However, if you proceed too slowly, the sun in the system may cause issues with you as it is prone to regular flares. How you navigate that is up to you. That's a part we tell everyone who goes through. Even those who are just going to the station and then coming back.
Jeanne is going to raise a hand.
Aye, Lord Captain.
Is there still no safe corridor carved through that belt? No sentinel defense network to clear away?
Unfortunately not. The gravitic anomalies shift when we think we have them mapped in a different place for next week.
Unfortunate.
They have made it so it is nigh on impossible to keep a sustained corridor open. If you know it's there and your sensor game is good, you should be able to steer around it. And of course, once you get into the asteroid belts, you're relatively safe. Well, it's just on the skill of your crew. Even mistakes will just leave minor damage, most like. The issue grows when it comes to the journey beyond Kane's Well. You may have heard that we have lost contact with the expeditions. What you will not have heard is the full details of that.
Molly's just going to sip her drink.
Any vessel that has gone beyond Kane's Will has even the shortest distance, even to the neighbouring systems and then an immediate return, they report a significant reduction in the number of crew. When they have vid feats, they show suicides, but no bodies are found when investigating the scene.
And this is
Because the
happening
colonies
on every
that...
warp route?
Aye.
Shit.
Every route out of Gainesville. We have some data from the colonies that were established was gathered. Shows similar events in the colonies. Suicides and no bodies.
Yep, it starts slowly and then boop, boop, boop. All of a sudden, you're all alone.
Of course. I thought I recognized you, but you've received additional augments since we last met.
And recovering from even more.
Well, Explorator, I trust you will guard the Lord Captain with knowledge as best you can.
I intend to do my best. I want to come back again. With more OK tech this time.
Our research it has been difficult, given how few people have returned. And the oversweepingness of the effect. But we have reason to believe that those who are strong in their faith and that those who are psychically active, including those who are not traditional psychers, but those who possess the Navigator gene, they prove most resistant to the affliction. Your crew... I myself made several recommendations for your crew, Lord Captain. Including Master Xiph and the Explorator. Those who are strong in belief in something. Those who have knowledge of... those who have a sense of certainty. They are the ones you should bring with you. And we are reliant upon you and us to determine what is happening. Your mother and I have well, your vessel is the last that will be going through. If you are unable to determine what is happening and stop it, then by order of Lady Gothic, we will be attempting to close this portal after a withdrawal of all survivors from Kane's will and your vessel.
I see. So, questions. This phenomenon, no one thus far has any working theories on what it might be?
Well, I have taken to calling it Soul Killer.
Is that who I think it is?
A shadow unfolds from the ceiling.
Jeanne opens arms wide.
You get the big hug.
Start spritzing the ceiling with a water bottle. Hats don't
Xiph,
belong up there.
Xiph scratches the side of his face. Who's that?
Uncle
That is an
Ian, it's been so
excellent
long.
question.
What?
As they pull away from Jeanne, you see a tall, very pale human figure. Their joints move in unnatural ways, and their eyes glisten with the spark of genius and madness. He grins at you.
Hi.
Lord Inquisitor Mira of the Order Sicarius. And you are Xiph.
I was
Even
told,
shorter than you look.
Ed, you're as creepy as you look.
Yes, I try.
I'm sure. I'm supposed to not be alone with an Inquisitor. Good thing I'm in this room.
It says the alien who met a literal walking spider earlier.
Shrug.
Yes. As I said, I have taken to calling it Solar Killer, and I do have actually news for you.
Oh, good.
Less a working theory and more a matter of significant concern.
I retract my previous statement.
Yes. Since this came in, I sent to my allies and then even on to Terra. Terra, for once, has actually come through with knowledge.
That is concerning.
This is not the sole occurrence of this. Similar, not identical, but similar behaviors have been noted in the Nephilim sector. Souls have faded, people have lost their wills, become robotic, and committed, and either become enslaved automata or committed suicide. Our chief difference is the disappearance of the bodies after the fact.
Is it possible that we may be facing two different things here, working in conjunction with one another?
We could be facing 100 different things.
That is what worries me.
Unfortunately, you don't see anything by its very nature. I know. Just boop, boop, boop.
I have a limited file on the xenotype known as the Necron. They are the predominant life form in... They are the predominant hostile xenoform in the Nephilim sector. I will have it loaded for you.
I knew that, and I took the liberty of scanning for that when we were in that sector, and I saw nothing. So it wasn't everyone's favorite soulless Skelly boys.
Interesting.
Unless they figured out a way to shield themselves from our aspects so we don't know about. That was
Or
one of the
what they
first
are
things I
doing
checked for.
is simply has a long. Well, it is quite likely that what is happening simply has long enough range that it doesn't require whoever's doing it to be within Auspex range. Given that it is affecting, well, but it was affecting all of the colonies that both we and the Tau tried to set up. Oh yes, speaking of, Captain McIntyre didn't mention the Tau were part of the expedition. They sent a scout flotilla, 5 of their scouting ships. That has also completely dropped out of contact.
Unsurprising.
Where were they supposed to be going?
They were pushing on from Croiser's Hope and exploring what we had designated as Croizak's Salient. Yeah, let me pull up a map of what we know.
That would help.
You are now free to doodle on this however you wish and make whatever notes you want.
It goes that power.
I don't
mean,
think
we
there's a
used
way
it
to
anyway.
not give you that power. You have access to the drawing tool.
Yeah,
I can't take that away.
we have done that before. It's just you get yelled at if you start just drawing dicks everywhere.
Yes. So.
So don't do that.
Right. Do we have files on all of these worlds, at least as far as we've explored them?
Yeah, no. When you get to the other side, I believe the naval representative is Titus von Schon, and the leader of the Mechanicum contingent is Archmagos Gilman. Either of those should have full files there.
Excellent.
Gilman will probably be focused on mechanical things.
So, has there been any contact with the Necrons in this sector?
None reported.
Hmm.
There was Vostrum's Fall and Peroia when they were in contact. They had difficulties with orc incursions.
Well, of all the hostile xenoforms, that's somehow the most benign. I don't think they're going to be causing some sort of soul killer.
Yes.
Hmm.
Say what you will about them, but they do actually like to have a fight.
So, effectively, we are out of contact with every colony, and every colony seemed to be subject to this soul killer?
Yes.
We've encountered only orcs as xenoforms?
So far, the brief reports I have gotten about them, his worlds were deserted. It was only after colonization efforts started at Vostram's Fallen, but to an extent resumed at Pariah. There was apparently a pre-imperial human mining station there.
On Pariah?
That then attracted orcs. Yes, at Pariah.
Fascinating. Jeanne will take her tablet out and tip-a-tap a bit. Did any archaeo diviners make it out that way?
None that have made it into my reports.
Unfortunate. Now, the effect that's happening in the Nephilim sector, that I assume is a recent development, not something historical?
Sorry, John. Forgive me, that's exactly the sort of question your mother would have asked.
Jeanne just smiles.
You must understand how difficult it is to answer that with the state of the Imperium.
Of course, I had only hoped it might be in the file.
Well, I think it's recent. But what we have in the file is approximately 500 reports of strange events in the Nephilim sector, all within a year of each other, that were apparently quarantined for some time because of a discrepancy in the receiving officer's paperwork.
Jeanne just face palms. Well, if it's historical, maybe we could find something at Pariah for how this pre-imperial civilization managed to fight off whatever this soul killer is. If not... Oh, does anyone have any recommendations on where to start? Because every option seems equally rough.
Or equally wrong.
Oh, I wish I could aid you. Yet...
Both
the
of
opening
our...
of the cicatrix, fate, time and space, destiny itself, they have been broken.
As far as I understand, both of our species are fairly psychically active in whatever this is. It explicitly disturbs warp energies.
Or
We
calms them.
cannot peek in there.
I know some of my people in ages past, in a world that was. Amongst those stars they stopped a great horror. Now destiny has been rewritten. And when I try turn my sight to that place, I see only darkness.
this great...
What should have been stopped has re-emerged, and now there will be no Eldari there, neither to help nor hinder.
What can you tell us about this great horror?
Weapon of the oldest war. Broken and driven mad, for it itself had thought. Even to me, it is from an age of myth. What I can say, I do not know how much is truth and how much is the fancy of the tale-teller.
I would hear it all the same.
At the mouth of the end, more of a god is made and sealed. Through that hungering eye, all that shall be lessened, and all that must be shall be stopped. Life and liberty and love shall fade. War shall reawaken once more.
That makes it sound like it's feeding on the people it disappears.
This is an old song. Old even before the craft world set upon their long exodus.
Even the oldest stories have a grain of truth.
I do not mean to dispute that, my friend. It was an old song indeed that brought me here in the beginning. Fight against a god that should not be. But now I fear...
You fear.
What has happened to the galaxy? Our efforts in some that have come to naught. For history itself has changed.
Jeanne will, at that, kind of glance at Mayror and his arm. Like, Would you happen to know if any of the worlds on our map here, at least, or outside it, might have Eldari ruins? Some way to test this theory, where we might find records?
None should have it. None that I know of.
Hmm.
And when I look in, my sight is blackened.
If your people fought a great battle here, surely there must be some remnant of them.
A world, yes. There should be no ruins there, for we were victorious.
I suppose that's fair.
World we called Anjan. Where the battle took place. You must forgive me, I cannot. I do not know how to mark it on your maps. Not in a way that you would be able to find it.
Hmm. Star charts, perhaps? We have quite detailed records now. Which, I mean, perhaps I could roll Scholastic Lore Astromancy to help?
Maybe I could do that?
For you to actually be able to make use of this, this would have required the navigator to do stuff, because like
The nav has...
marking on, yes, this is objectively where it is completely useless, because you need to actually do navigator bullshit to get there.
Yep. Ah, sounds like my specialty.
I mean, surely knowing where something is objectively will at least help you, like, know... Obviously, the warp is a roiling nightmare, but you can presumably, like, pop out, look around, go, okay, this isn't where we want to go. Let's go this way.
No.
Yeah, you can sort of try that, but the warp doesn't keep corresponding to the same directions.
I mean, the warp is clear there, so that's gonna be less of a problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if the warp is clearer, maybe we can?
All the psychic presence in that area has been consumed.
Well, Victor, you could,
Like a minus 30? It's insane.
Yeah, I think so.
They're getting pluses from all the stuff that helps make easier navigations.
Well, what skill are you rolling? Would it be...
Stellar navigation.
Oh.
I have the thing that gives me plus 20. It would be like a 10.
There's also the librarian vault for another plus 10.
So it'd be a flat roll. Come on.
Fuck yeah.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
I assume the rogue trader would like to give you a plus 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna use my last fate. Actually, no. My semi-last fate point to roll that, because it's kind of important. But I'm also fucking stumbling around the dark here. If the warp wasn't this unnaturally clean, I don't think would ever find it with just a general fucking location. We have this extenuating circumstance that just clears everything up. You just see that far.
Give me just a minute, because I need to go to my GM version of the map.
Yeah, just quickly go without taking the players along. That's a mistake I made once. It was.
Yeah, I have a like normal and a political version of the new Savin map, and I live in constant fear of accidentally putting the players on the wrong one.
What I've done is I don't have the player version on Roll20, or rather, I don't have the GM version on Roll20.
That's smart. Okay, so it looks like we'd probably want to go... Oh boy, this is going to be a long-ass trip.
Well, at least Merzendi won't have to worry about my character crossing the Crux Mechanicum in the first session. Jesus Christ.
Oh, no, this is
Not much
10
faster
days
that
shorter.
way.
But I really want to go to Pariah.
Yes, you can determine that's roughly where it is. Though, an Eldar's description isn't. Though you
No,
cannot determine a safe warp route. No, you would,
warpways? Oh, sorry, webways.
We don't have an Eldar going with us unless the Shader wants to come, but I don't think so.
No, they're gonna get eaten by whatever is there. They're more psychically active than we are.
the webway is shriven in that place. The tunnels blackened and dead and lead only to Elendrak.
Whatever is there is quite indiscriminate, I take it.
A weapon of the First War.
Would it affect a less psychic race, like the Tau? Would it even notice them?
Well,
I know not.
We've already lost contact with the Tau scouting party. They clearly have something wrong with them. There's no reason to assume it's not this problem plaguing everyone.
But we found orcs still in the system, right?
Yes, indeed.
Is it true that orc mercenaries exist? Does that mean that?
Yes.
I
It's
assume
true.
that paying the orcs to go crumpet up is out of the question.
We don't know what it is or where to send them.
That is true. They are rather hard.
I'm sure if we
To coordinate.
find whatever's causing this, we could persuade the orcs by the time they have no balls if they don't go fight it, but...
Well, it's just good to see that we have options.
I am fairly certain they don't have balls either way.
They don't know that.
Such things are best left up to either the Eldari or the Inquisition when it comes to manipulating orcs.
Well,
Oh, this is going to be
the
a fun
Inquisition is
voyage.
sending someone with us. We'll have to make do with Rogue Trader.
Could always spread the rumor that someone's sending an entire barge full of teeth through.
Well, that would get their
Do any of
attention.
you speak Orc either?
Do they
I
speak
have
Orc?
no idea what you said.
Do any of you speak Orc either?
No.
Good luck getting them to understand that rumor, then.
Do orcs even have their own language? I've
Oh,
only
yes.
ever heard of them shrieking in broken Gothic.
Yes, it's quite a remarkable faculty of mind. They have their own full language that they can speak in, but whenever they identify a hostile, they get an innate understanding of a shit version of that language.
John just squints like, what the fuck? I see. Well, that's handy for them.
Or I could be gaslighting you.
I wouldn't put it past you. But that also isn't something I'd put past the orcs.
You're saying this for the sake of our sanities.
I don't think Inquisitor Mayor cares about our sanity.
Part of him might.
I care about some of your sanities.
See?
Certainly in the extent of I want you to be at least mostly sane before you go through. Otherwise you'll be completely fucked.
It'd be a waste of a ship.
Yes.
Unless this is one of those things where only the insane may prosper.
You will never know.
Unless I bring some insane people with me. No, that's probably a terrible idea.
Yes, unfortunately there isn't a great asylum here.
I don't think
Well,
there's
I
no penis.
suppose there technically is, because there is the theoretical portal to Cyclothraf itself, but good luck actually getting that to open. I mean, after Elor attempted to send through the torpedoes, they probably aren't going to do it again.
Yeah, that's fair.
I am very
If
disappointed
there's
that
even
did not
anything
happen.
on the other side anymore.
Inquisitor. I have another inquiry.
And I have a face sword.
Ah, we might have be able to make an accordance. Do we know how null rods and blanks interact with this thing?
No.
That might be something we need to examine.
It seems like the entire phenomenon is some sort of null effect.
It might cancel each other out. Who knows?
That is a fair point, I suppose.
I have
I'm always
another
up for
insane
science.
idea. So, it calms the warp. It soothes it. If the warp is soothed, and we see that the effect is getting stronger, do we even need gather fields?
I don't want
Maybe
to
Why
find
would you?
out.
Why would you say that out loud?
No, hear me out. If this thing is actively trying to suppress warp presence, what if we invoke warp presence? Would that scramble it in some way? Distract it? Get it to eat something else besides the crew?
I would not suggest such a choice.
I would have to be pretty desperate to get to that point.
Yeah, that's a hard no for me.
Oh well, it's just an idea.
Even if it might save some of you, it would require sacrifice of souls to an eternity of torture.
That I'm not a big fan of. I tend to forget how normals interact with the warp. It really doesn't work the same way for me.
By blood you are blessed, and by blood you are yet condemned. A shader will reach over and pat you on the top of the head.
I will keep all the mixed feelings I have about the Xeno making physical contact with me deep inside because I'm a consummate professional.
Just seethe.
Quietly seethe. This is demeaning. This is so incredibly demeaning, but I'll just take it.
What?
Because I pretend I don't care. Wow, I'm just fucking grinding my gears trying to figure out anything that would fuck with this thing. Most of the ideas that come to mind are decidedly chaosy in nature.
Of course.
And definitely not our forte. So for now, I think we're just sticking with hexagrammatic words and lots of prayer.
Yep. Aside from Ward's prayer and getting the crew's faith stoked, I'm not sure what defenses we can put up.
I mean, we could try various things. Blanks. Powerful psychers to ward against its vile influence.
Oh, that does remind me. Well, we don't have any blanks to give you. But, Jeanne, there's some cargo we could use you transporting.
Alright.
This is concerning.
What's fine.
This is effectively the last effort through the gate. At least through this gate. If it goes wrong, we'll work out a way to close it and open another one. And that one will certainly be fine and better, and everything will be good in the world.
Naturally.
Certainly.
But in the meantime...
But, yes, while we are trying this one, we are actually investing in it properly. I have a transport ship with a set of cryopods and associated materials. They contain newly consecrated, as consecrated as Lord Jacques can manage, astropaths.
Jeanne claps her hands together. Excellent! Finally!
There are 40 of them.
40? Oh my.
We want to establish a proper choir at Kane's will, so that we can keep in touch. It'll take 30 of them. The other 10 are yours. Because they were consecrated together, they should be able to stay in contact, despite the etheric strangeness. We've got some from the same batch already getting situated on this side. And that should mean, assuming things aren't too bad, we can actually stay in touch properly. There'll be an inherent delay, maybe a week or so for each message, but much, much faster than if we were reliant upon standard astropathic relays.
That is good news at last. Thank you. means you'll hear of our great and glorious success the moment it happens. Or close enough.
Excellent. You'll try to keep the reports coming.
I will. And if they stop, then definitely send a rescue boat, for sure, right? Right?
No, this is the final effort.
But what about a final effort encore?
Yeah.
Dependent on the contents of your last message, we will either send a rescue boat or we will evacuate those who are left. If you're just going on a little trip to somewhere, we'll try to send a rescue. But if you are saying, oh, we're going into this great battle, and then we don't hear back from you, we will assume you are with the God Emperor.
Right. It would just be a shame if, you evacuated the gate and closed the whole thing down if our engine broke or something and we got stranded. Be a very anticlimactic way to end this whole Dandrukin sector thing. Mom would never let me live it down.
Well, I am ready to do my duty and serve the throne. Whether we fail or succeed, I care not. I'll do what is needed of me.
Yay, back into the fun times that definitely happen and not the scary times. I am going to hug the plasma generators.
We'll find whatever this is, and we'll set things right. You have my word, everyone.
Well, I am going to prepare to get us underway then.
Word of a Dandrik is actually better than gold. I can tell what's for good. Hold on, my lord. Here, a promise is worth approximately 13 tons of solid gold. Yes. Your word is worth 13 tons of gold.
I am not sure if that's an insult or not because we just mined those from asteroids.
It is a lot of gold.
I'm desperately trying to think of a way to spin that into a Yo Mama joke, but it's just not coming to me. Well, regardless.
What do you think most of your technology uses as superconductors?
Yes, very small.
Platinum.
No?
Yes, because you're bigly rich. All standard issue is gold.
You can make a lot of beep boops out of 13 tons of gold. Regardless. Is there anything else for us, or shall we begin preparations?
For you, Jeanne. One. Ishadra will reach into her pouch, pull out a rune, turn it upside down, and slide it to you. Not look upon it until you are in a time of desperation. But when you need it, this ought to fortify your will against the soul killer engine.
Jeanne will take it and press it to her chest. Thank you. That... I'll make good use of it. And she's just gonna go and give Shader a hug.
You'll get tucked back. Yes. And do what must be done. It will be one of your blood. It will be you, most certainly. History can be rewritten. Destiny can be as well.
I won't let you down. Many of you. Whatever this soul killer is, we'll put it back to sleep. One way or another.
This is a point I wish our vessel was big enough to carry exterminatus weapons.
Oh, me too.
What I would give for a cyclonic torpedo.
I think we need some atomics with us.
I
Warhead
could have
at
got
least.
some at Mazoa.
Well, no, because that's one of the reasons why I asked what our weapons were. I don't think we can... Do we have torpedo tubes?
You don't need them for
You
atomic.
don't need... Yeah. Styges penetrators can handle atomics or similar low-grade exterminatus weapons. They can't do They can't do full cyclonic dual stages, but they can do cyclonic single stages.
My Merzendi, I know what to do with acquisition quests over the next week.
Give me nukes, give me nukes.
Unfortunately, I think atomics are near unique, so it's going to be a little difficult to acquire.
Atomics are near unique.
Look,
Yes.
it doesn't make any sense except narratively, but yeah, they're hard to get.
Yes? I would have thought like cyclonic, not atomics.
Forbidden atomics cannot be used. No, no, no.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
okay.
a Dune ripoff, remember?
What about plasma shells? What are those?
Atomics
I
are
mean-
near unique. Yes.
No, the gun is like generally not rated. Like there doesn't exist a variant plasma shell for that
Wow.
cannon.
It's fine.
We have Melta shells for our other cannon, so I mean...
But
No, you don't have melter shells. You have a melter beam.
Yeah. I will try for the apparently near unique atomics over next week then. Because I have sent Merzendi things I need to do anyways, so...
I'm not
Right.
opposed to us having atomics, but I don't think we're going to be able to get them.
It would be one atomic per roll.
Alright. Merz,
Yes.
I need a company of musketmen. For no reason whatsoever.
Like
We'll
last...
cast that over the week.
Excellent.
Now, thing is, I did want to get you out of Gothic sector.
I guess we can go through, get all my
Yeah.
hugs from Shader and Mayror, and kick them off my ship, gird up my loins.
Kick him off very nicely.
Look, I have to make sure Mayror gets off the ship, or else he's going to live in my vents. Actually, on second thought, I'm just going to politely ask, I will just invite Mayror to leave and then turn around, and then just let God sort that problem out. If he comes, he comes.
Giggity.
Oh, don't tempt me like that.
Look, I would love nothing more than to have Mayror around. He is my favorite NPC in any game.
She might die in this.
Yeah, that's the only reason I kind of almost don't want him to come, because he might die.
He's not. I mean, he has fate points. I don't think this grabs fated people, but still. That is a lot of meta knowledge we don't have.
Exactly.
Okay, so he has 68 willpower.
Just barely.
Barely.
Wait,
Wait,
better.
hold on. How much of a penalty does Jeanne really wanting him to come? No, it's fine. It's fine.
Does
No.
she actually want him to come?
I mean, like, look, if I have the choice between having Mayor come with us and not, like, do I want the Lord Inquisitor of Assassins to come with us on this journey, or do I not? I mean, yeah, I'd kind of love to have Mayor around, but
Okay, because that would actually be a
Spooky Uncle
tie-breaking
Mayor again.
yay, Uncle
Yes.
Mayor.
Yeah, if he passed, yeah, he'll stay. He'll continue to do his like political thing. He'll stop the treaty from falling
Okay, wait a minute.
apart. He'll-
Right, he has an actual job to do. That's right.
He does, but
I forgot.
Wherever he goes, he'll
You
go.
can't-
He'll have glorious adventures, and well, completely break any balance. But when he goes on a mission, but you know that's fine. Your rogue trader's
It's
balance
Rogue
is
Trader.
basically out the
It's fine.
window.
We just need to bring Baltus over. He'll know what to do. He's a powerful psyker.
they're bringing Jeanne into this.
Mm,
Like, I don't know the contents of my vents. That's between the vent creatures and God.
And
What we're going
Ceiko.
to end up with is just some Mayror Doombot.
All right, so let's get underway.
yeah. The dignitaries will leave the vessel. Their high-tech cybernetic replacements will enter the vessel.
There, what?
Nothing. There is no such thing as a mayoral bot.
Ah, yes, the Mayor are inferior. Thank you.
And then, well, the journey through the Cyclone Gate is perhaps the smoothest warp journey you've ever had.
Because we've never used the gate before.
No, it's smoother than any warp journey you've ever had.
Have we ever traveled with a warp gate instead of just warp drives?
No, that's fair.
Exactly. Like, this is how humanity used to travel before we became retarded.
Thanks, Slanesh.
Thank Eldar. They're responsible for this.
It will take about a week on your side for the journey.
A week is a long time to play Pretty Princess Dress Up.
Yay!
I get a chance to burn my hands? I don't think I need to.
Yeah, I don't think we need a navigator for this warp jump.
No,
You need one. It's just how seriously do I need to take the navigation test? 'Cause if I
no,
wanna
you're
take it
actually
really seriously-
superfluous.
In this one,
Don't
you
let
can
them know that.
In this one, you can actually just take a nap. Like for once, and you can catch up on your World War 13 documentaries.
Everyone get back to your places.
I am in my place. I am in my bedroom is also my office. I asked for the biggest one you had available.
God, this is so nice.
I can go to the librarian if I need other stuff, but they don't have anything. I have more rare stuff than your librarian does.
I look outside
Literally,
the
I
window.
have Archaeo technology, so paperweight.
You know what? This would be an excellent opportunity for everyone to open their windows and look outside. It's just so calm.
No.
Come on.
No.
Why not?
I don't know, and I don't want to find out.
It's the warp out there.
Maybe.
Wise. Most wise.
I am going to eat sandwiches and tend to my Skitarii and do more
Fair
research.
enough.
And make milkshakes for Jeanne.
Yay. Jeanne is going to be tending to her garden and her crew.
Where is it? Arboretum. Oh, there
Yeah.
it is.
My trees.
Jean, could you roll me a command test?
I'd be happy to. Alright.
This has to do with morale stuff, if you have anything
Oh boy,
specific.
Alright, so command. So let's see. So I have peer military, which presumably encompasses most of the crew. I have my Melodium. I have my Rosarius. I have +5 to command, so that's a +35. I'll take that.
Right. Your crew will suffer 1 morale damage because, well,
They followed my sage advice and looked outside the window?
no, but
We are on a scary voyage.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
You did have to, like, stop in and get, like, supplies and stuff and top up your oxygen levels and get all the new nutrients required for the plants because it isn't a self-sufficient ecosystem quite.
We need to buy a bunch of goats.
Goats and chickens would be very helpful.
No, goats and ducks is what you want.
Right, yes, ducks. Alright. I regret to inform everyone we are now at only 103 morale.
Oh my god.
Not sure we'll recover from this, guys.
Hey, your inspiring presence has kept it from being too harmful. Like, it was going to be 1d5 minus your degrees of success. And, yeah. You really just ran hard into that minimum 1, huh?
Look, Dandrick's gonna Dandrick. I don't know what to tell you. No low morale allowed, ever.
So, it is time for the journey of Cain's will. What's your ship's speed?
In real space?
Yes.
9.
Oh, okay.
It is a zippy girl.
Yeah, because, well, then there's only 10% chance. Would you be so kind as to roll me a 10% chance?
Okay. I will just...
1d100. High is bad.
Okay.
Damn it! So just say hi is
Can I,
bad.
can I spend a fate point?
That's not a. That doesn't actually fit in. It would need to be 91.
Oh, yay.
91 through 100 is 10%. You are very lucky.
You're not unlucky enough. Jesus.
By a hair's breadth.
Fuck.
And here I wanted to hit you with deadly solar flares.
Yeah, I appreciate that not happening.
Alright. Now you do need to go through the asteroid belt.
Yes.
So you'll probably want to go to your ship sheet. I assume you've put in your crew rating on it.
Oh yes, I've got everything filled out.
So this will be a +20 pilot test to navigate through the asteroid belt.
Okay, so 20 plus 15. We'll preemptively throw in Jeanne's bonus. Actually, since we are doing ship things, I can take an extended action to inspire or put their backs into it, which is
Those... You can't do both of those.
but one's a free action.
Yeah, but I think it describes it in its text as like that. I think.
No, it's once per strategic turn in space combat, quote unquote.
Okay. Oh yeah, because the proper action is like you do it to everyone, and then that one you only do to one.
Yeah, it's just one
field.
person.
Yeah.
So, command plus fucking like 35 again. I think, Boop. Oh, hey, I did it. I give it another +5, so 15, 15. Okay. Don't fuck it up. Okay, we really did not fuck it up.
Yep. Your crew can find their way through the asteroid belt quite happily.
Phew, okay.
And indeed, they can slip through the remnants of starships, explorers, and transports that run into a bit of a bad thing.
With 8 degrees of success, is it possible to safely, like, snag some of that loot?
There isn't any loot left.
Ow. The inner magpie in me is just horrified by this turn of events. Carry on.
So, next up it'll be another crew rating roll. -20 detection.
Uh-oh. Alright, that's less good. Is this a new strategic turn?
Yes.
Okay, so -20. Actually, let me do this in positive order because I'm not sure how this will fuck things up. So, detection of 12 plus 10 plus... just gonna roll a d20 to see if I don't roll a 100. Okay, I didn't. Okay, so that's a... and then -20.
Oh. Okay. That's good. In the same strategic round, you now need to make a +0 piloting.
Okay. Pride of Leth. Let's see. What was that? D100. Okay, I do have enough to give that +5 to more than one crew component, so that's something, I guess. You said +0 piloting?
Yep.
Okay, so this will be a 20 then. Dab.
Alright, you're able to to slip past the gravity anomaly. And since you're able to move past that safely, you're able to move past the asteroid cluster safely.
You were not fucking kidding, Mars.
I wasn't, no. Now you're in to the outer reaches of the system.
Like,
Now, there is a great bluegrass giant with dust rings around it. A great cluster of asteroids that in a million or a billion years might form into a planet of their own. And further beyond, an Astra-class star fortress, Kane's Will. Your ship is fortunate in that you've made it through without any damage. Most would be in dock here for months, repairing. You? Oh. Clearly your new journey is blessed by the greatest thing of all. Luck.
I think that was just pure skill.
It's because I'm here. Definitely not cowering in a fort made out of books.
So, as you come in, the Starfort will send you messages directing you to a proper docking platform, confirming your ident codes. Once all that's done, yes, you will have a place recommended. You will have a berth confirmed and an invitation to meet the commander of the station, Titus Van Schon.
Oh,
Yes,
so I'll accept.
representative of the Imperial Navy and, as such, the senior figure currently aboard the station.
What a shitty assignment. I wonder who he pissed off to end up here.
Well, don't ask him that to his face. Jeanne will gladly accept that. Finally, some more first-hand answers that aren't 5 years out of date. Dress sharp, everyone.
By dress sharp, I assume you mean carapace.
Jeanne says
Is it
that while
fancy
her
here,
shirt
Carapace?
is like down to her navel. If that makes you comfortable.
Excellent. I shall dress in my stormtrooper gear.
Do you think we're going to get into a gunfight right on the starbase?
I think it would be wise for us to hike the Navigator. You never know.
Do I have to put on the dragon scale? Can I just stay here?
Captain, if they presume me to be a mere stormtrooper assigned to your personal bodyguard, they are less likely to target me.
Wait, isn't he hulking?
No. He
Oh,
did not,
okay,
in fact,
sorry.
actually roll that trade. He didn't have enough corruption.
Okay, never mind then.
I have to roll, alas.
It is a well-known fact. If you take out a Navigator, you cripple a ship. Remove its ability to travel through the warp. A risk that I'd rather not take.
You make a fair point. Alright, sure. Let's get you in some house standard carapace, and I'll bring
I brought
this.
my own.
Well, you'll need to have
Are
it
you-
repainted.
Yeah, that's a wise idea, please.
Are you going to take your own troops, or would you like... Well, I'm going to take some Scutarii anyways, but would you like me to give you a squad to go with you?
No, that's
It-
alright. It will be better to bring my own to make sure Victor can blend in. And
I
just a couple
didn't
of
mean
men.
to replace, more as a symbol of your favor with the Mechanicum as well.
Well, I won't say no if that's how you think it'll be interpreted.
Most likely. Would you No, I'm not going to give you the choice. You get to, the plasma colorverse are going with you.
Excellent. I'll just take a couple of each. A couple of your men, a couple of mine. That should be fine. We don't... Like I said, we're not expecting a big fight, so... Just enough to seem important.
I am not going to dress in my dragon scale. It's fine.
Are
My-
you going to bring your colonel with you?
Hmm?
Sure, why not? Let's give her some screen time. She hasn't done anything yet today.
I'm
And
just
your
going.
factotum?
Sure, why not? Again, I'm not expecting a fight at all, so it's like, yeah, sure, we can bring the important people.
Yeah.
I guess, since we have passive detection arrays, you know, now that everyone's getting their suspicious asses out, we have passive detection arrays, they won't notice that we're scanning them, so I might as well scan and, you know, just have a little peek. Make sure everything's on the up and up in there. Let's see, so that'll be 27, basically. Whoop. Just, you know, we'll scan, make sure nothing seems abnormal.
A sector of the station has powered on. The section you have been directed to. It looks suitable for a rogue trader to establish a headquarters and estate in. The gunners have, now you are moving into final docking, have ceased their lock-on from you and gone back to scanning the outer system.
Now, the way you phrase that, it makes it seem like the rest of the station isn't powered on.
Well, no, most of it is. It's just some sections are powered off. Here, the section to do with rogue traders was powered off.
Fair enough. I suppose there weren't any of us here.
None anymore.
Alright. So, Jeanne will give the auger crews a pat on the back. Alright, everyone. Seems nothing's amiss.
Of course not. I like this place. It's the best place, in fact.
So, let's go and make our introductions.
Molly feels incredibly comfortable here because this is the, what would you call it? Like the safety raft giving to a drowning person.
Is a station is surrounded by solar flares, gravity wells, and asteroids.
Yeah, but this was also the place where she managed to eke back with just herself, and the ship's machine spirit. So
God, this place is so fucking traumatizing.
Yeah, it's a little spoopy out here.
now it's spooky after this, where she's going to be hiding in behind a bunch of books and a bunch of Skitarii.
I can't believe you willingly brought yourself back into the shithole. You are one faithful servant of the Omnissiah.
The Omnissiah orders it, and so did the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I have to say though, it's very responsible for us to bring the poor Tau into the shit show. They're sweet,
Well,
young, and innocent, and haven't done anything to the galaxy yet.
my first choice would have been an Eldar, but it's fine. They're not allowed here.
Of course they're not. They brought Slaanesh into existence. No elves.
Look, the elves are very helpful in most things. You guys just met shitty elves in your past games. Ours here are great.
Maybe.
Hello.
Maybe we didn't meet shitty elves. Maybe we're just shitty people that want them dead.
Exactly.
Mm.
See, if you
I'm
just give
back.
the elves a hug.
Merzendi, is this the same person that was in charge when I showed up to this station with just me, myself, I, and the ship?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that I was in character, not already familiar with, the whole goings on here.
Yeah. You guys head up to the command section of the station. Various people will show you the way where required. And you will reach a nice big dining room. I suppose on the way, Jeanne, someone would have subtly asked if you actually want a meal or if you or not.
It seems only polite to, engage in the hospitality here.
Yeah, but that's sort of why they're asking, if you've actually eaten that, or whatever, then yeah.
I'm starving, therefore Jeanne is starving.
For this, Merzendi, what is the modifier for getting expensive wine from, like best quality wine from Auntie Juno?
Well, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, bringing a bottle of wine is a good idea.
Well, she knows this person. Hang on, come on. I'm trying to do my thing.
No, I'm saying it's a good idea.
Wine itself.
Amasec, it's already scarce, so I put best quality.
Yeah. I think you've just got the modifiers there already. You can have a +10 because you know people involved in it. You can have quite a significant amount of it.
No, this was like single person. I bought like a really, really expensive bottle. I didn't buy enough for the entire ship.
No, I'm telling you, you can have like
okay.
like 10 bottles.
All right. Well, then I'm going to have given most of them to Jeanne, but also told her not to steal my thunder because I know Commander Titus, and I don't necessarily owe him, but he was very nice when I showed up as Flotsam on his doorstep. Don't you steal my thunder?
I'm not.
Hey, when you go into the command sector dining room, the head of the table, there is a tall man about 6'6", his hair tied back in a naval uniform with the insignia of a senior commander. Molly, you do recognize him as Titus Van Schon, the naval commander of the station. At his left hand, see a white and red robed figure, Mechanicus. Molly, you recognize this as Zabod 13 Gamma, one of the third in command of the Mechanicus. Yeah.
One of the what?
One of the senior, perhaps the third in command of the Mechanicus people on the station.
So, okay, so he's not like the voice of Mars.
He was not when you left.
I like that phrasing.
That he is present here indicates things may have changed. You would have expected Archmagos Kielman to be present.
Molly will enter. I mean, last time, this is like 5 years ago, she didn't have her uh, cyber arachnoid lower parts, but she is going to enter. And then, Commander Titus, great to see you again. But Magos, how do you pronounce that? Zabode?
Yep.
Was he a Magos last time I knew him?
Yes. Just a regular Magos.
Right.
He is still by his new sphere designates, still just a regular Magos.
Does he look more augmented than last time I saw him?
Not significantly.
Okay.
Maybe a new gun on his back.
Well, then, Commander Titus, Magos Abode, a pleasure to see you again. Oh,
Which
God,
translates to... We are pleased to see you. We hear you have recently been promoted to the rank of Explorator. This is an exceptional honor to which we believe you are fully suited.
It is all, in binary chatter. It was always good to hear such a thing from an elder priest. I thank you kindly. Because, yeah, Molly is still pretty young as compared to what I assume Zabode is.
Yeah. He gives a half bow and a deep nod to Molly. Oh, Titus. I'll say, greetings. Please come. Sit. It is a pleasure to be joined by you.
I am afraid that common seating won't fit me anymore, but I did not come here without gifts. And Molly will approach and then lay down like a lacquered box with a bottle in it. It is good to see you again, Commander Titus.
And you as well. I understand it is now Explorator, Molly.
Correct. And may I introduce the captain of the vessel on which I seek to uncover the Omnissiah's secrets. And then Eloa will begin to label all of Jeanne's many titles. It's probably about like a paragraph long unless someone stops her.
Yeah, like you get 2 titles and John's just
Unlike Eloa, Molly has some social sense and will stop.
I'm glad you said that, because you said Elua the first time.
Oh, whatever.
it'll happen.
We all miss
It's
Ella so much.
it's gonna happen. I'm gonna keep calling beeps boops too.
That's fine. Yes.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Commander. John will extend a hand.
The pleasure is all mine. He'll take your hand and go in for the shoulder grab. Do you accept?
Heck yeah. Oh, return it.
Savin, don't marry the first officer we meet.
No, it can't happen again. It can't happen.
It's okay.
I have been appraised in loose detail as to the contents of your expedition. To meet you in person is You carry yourself with the same strength your father did.
Thank you. I can only try to emulate a man of his caliber. So, how fares things here on this side of the gate? I understand there have been complications.
Please, everyone, sit, eat, drink.
Yes, so we're all sitting down.
Yeah, remember, as a sanctioned Xenos, you have a bunch of little seals slapped on you, and you are considered a ward of Dandrick. So,
Hey, Xiph is still understandably a bit intimidated by
oh,
all
fair
this.
enough. Like in character, I just wanted to let you know that in like 40k lore,
Oh yeah, no, I know that.
rogue traders showing up with alien friends is nothing too out of the ordinary.
Xiph will just, sit down, unsure if he should if it's okay to take his helmet off or not. He's going to tentatively, cause it to recede back, revealing his boyish Tau face before
Please, you as well, Master, Xiph. Master Xiph, you...
that is the name I was given, yes.
I hope you forgive me, Lord Captain Lupus, or might I call you Jeanne?
Please do.
And you call me Titus. Jeanne, I hope you forgive me that before we press into the grim details, I let your crew set themselves at ease and enjoy what comfort they can before the grim reality of this place overtakes them.
Very well. Then let us eat.
Molly will say in Tectolingua, well, in that case, Magos abode, I made sure to overstock on sacred unguents and the like when we were on Mazoa, just in case it was needed when we got here. If you have anything that you're low on, please let me know and I will try to accompany you as best I can.
We have been self-sustaining sufficiently. The regular supply shipments have been more than adequate. Save all that you have and all of your energy for yourself. It will be needed.
Fair is fair, but you can forgive me for being a tad worried. It was you and what was his name again? The person who was in charge.
Archmajor Skillman.
And Archmajor Skillman, who did put me back together after my last travails.
There is no forgiveness required. Your offer is appreciated wholly. It generates warmth within my memkel. However, events ongoing do require you save it for yourself.
I will hold my tongue until the meat bags are done. I suspect there's much to tell. Ella won't say anything. It just
Molly, you mean?
Molly. Yeah, Molly. That's what I said. Leave me alone. I did the same thing last time. I played a Mechanicus 3 times in a row, and I kept calling Eloa by the one before. Actually, I kept calling Eloa Eloa because I'm stupid. And I named 2 characters almost the exact same thing because... whatever.
You guys are able to enjoy the meal and have small talk for a bit. When do you want to press to actually get real talk?
I mean, presumably during the digestive.
All right, yeah. That's like the last point you could, where like the meal's all finished. Like, do you all do the polite thing and wait?
Yes, and hold on, let me just look at my social bonuses. It's time to, make a good impression, put the man at ease. We're good here. 1,
And I give
2,
Savin a
3.
plus 10 bonus because I've been here before. And I'm a known figure.
Yes.
Excellent. Boop.
All right. Yes. Von Schon and Zabode 13 Gamma will both be relatively at ease when it comes for digestives and other post-meal drinks. And in fact, a pair of servo skulls will descend from the ceiling. In fact, a trio of them will. One will deposit a cigar in front of each of you. The next, a cut crystal glass. The third is a bit slower because it has to adjust for wherever you move the cut crystal glass to. It's then pouring a finger of brandy into the glass.
The funniest thing about being... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There is no negotiation with them. If you attempt to move it away, they just go and move it back and continue.
The funniest thing about this is I'm being handed a cigar, and one of the only implants I rolled well on are good quality respiratory filter implants.
That means you get to enjoy all of the taste with none of the cancer.
The problem is the gastrobionics also filter out most poisons and harmful biomotes, which I assume includes brandy.
Look, it's fine. Just pretend you're vaping.
Yes.
Pretend you're vaping and drinking juice.
I will actually follow Jeanne's example and try to imitate her.
As Molly's coming to that conclusion, Jeanne is like reaching into one of her pockets and producing a little ash lizard. Just gives it a little squeeze and lights up the cigar.
No fucking
That's amazing.
Way. Wait, you're just carrying that with you. Wait, what pocket do you use?
The pocket. It only has one.
No! Why you have a fucking skink in your tits. Why?
You don't want to know what else is in there.
Because she's a Dandrake, bitch.
Oh my god.
She likes to live dangerously, you see.
Alright, I don't have any of the mechadendrite that have inflammatories on them and only a plasma rifle, so someone's gonna have to light me up.
Jeanne,
Once all of the brandy has been poured, the center of the table lifts and a set of small pilot lights light up.
Alrighty.
extremely fancy.
Does the table just get, it lifts into the ceiling, it just gets cleared like bowling pins at an alley?
Yes. It is extremely fancy.
Commander Magos, I expect that you have much to share since last I was here.
So, what have they told you back in Gothic?
About this sector or about the first expedition?
About the sector. I assume, Molly, you have shared all of the details of the first expedition.
Yeah,
I just want to.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to establish what baseline we're working with.
Yes, we've
Yeah.
heard the testimony of Molly, and from the powers that be back home that most, if not all, of the sector here is incommunicado and benighted by this soul killer.
We've decided on a name for it, I see.
Yes, something this dire deserves one, I think.
It does. It does.
I should ask, before we get any further, this phenomenon, it hasn't affected this system, has it?
No.
Good.
Not once over the past 5 years.
Good.
Not once since it was first reported.
Then at least we have safe harbor.
Magos, since my findings and my broad spectrum analysis, have you been able to use any of the station's augers to look at any unfamiliar wavelengths coming from there? Cross-referencing with what my ship had recorded?
Unfortunately, all attempts at researching the ongoing phenomenon were under the auspices of Archmajor Skillman.
I had wondered why he was not here, but I had hoped that it didn't turn out to be the worst case scenario. Are you telling me that I am assuming that
Archmajor Skillman is currently engaged in extra-system research. He has been so engaged for the past 3 years.
I am incredibly relieved. Is
You
this
should
all in
not be
Technolingua?
so. This is all in Technolingua.
Okay.
We have not heard anything from him for the past 3 years.
Oh.
He has been engaged in research on this matter outside of this system for the past 3 years.
No transponder, no nothing?
His transponder remained. We have no details were passed through it. Final contact was lost approximately 3 weeks prior.
Could you give me the coordinates to his last known location, please?
There is no need for coordinates. He found it mentally stimulating to engage in research at the God, what's the word here? At the stellar megastructure, he discovered that we have now christened Kilman's Ring.
I'm not sure if I parsed that. Where
He found
exactly? No,
He
where
f-
exactly are you saying he is?
the megastructure Kilman's Ring.
Do I know what that is?
It's a giant ring. It's one of the systems in the
Oh, okay.
subsector.
He left the safety of the port.
Okay, yeah, well, I didn't know where Kilman's Ring was. I didn't memorize the map.
Pretend I'm making fun of you while I take a screenshot and put it in my notes.
I've already posted those in the chat. You could have saved them.
I want to go to
Didn't have the
Baga.
Angern thing in it, though.
I already have like 13 books open. I'm not going to have also screenshots of the map open.
Yeah, fair.
All right. Well, unlike Eloa, Molly's pretty open about communicating things, so she'll translate beep boop to Jeanne. Assume this entire conversation, she's also been switching over to Low Gothic to explain what they're talking about.
Can you tell me about this megastructure?
I can tell you a problem we have with it.
I love problems.
I'm not sure
Lay it out.
if it's ongoing. The Arch-Militant did not inform me that that was his destination. Instead, we've received reports that, well, either from there or from another location in that vicinity before the colonies fell out of contact. That was a location for pirate attack. That was a base for pirate attacks.
Pirates?
Yes.
Who the devil is out here to pirate us?
Well, that's a jolly good question, isn't it? At least on the...
Desperate raiders lost in the war?
At least on the spinward side of the sector, we know it's orcs, but oh, when it's the trailing side, it's most concerning. No sign of orc activity out there. Your ships that I've had come back, that reported them, they reported Meritech types. Human raiders. Or something very close to them.
Meritech raiders. Those... that's too new to be like pre-Great Crusade. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna steep her fingers.
Sounds like someone has been hijacking our humans.
That's too new a technology to be out here without having come through the gate. Isn't it?
Or warp shenanigans.
I suppose that's possible. Some pirate band could have gotten thrown here through the war, but we're a long way from the Meritech Combine. A long way.
I mean, wasn't the Lord Commander, wasn't the Lord Admiral lost in the war for 800 years? Weird things have happened.
Still, it seems unlikely they'd be able to operate out there without some sort of protection. This soul killer should have reaved the whole crew down by now. Which means either they've found another system like this, which is shielded from the phenomenon, or some other technology that's protecting them. Either way, you're in luck, Titus. I happen to be a specialist in anti-piracy operations.
It's excellent. We've been fortunate here, and that those Meritech types, they haven't been raiding Gainesville. We have been dealing with the occasional orcoid incursion. Vostrom's fall, it is believed, has now been completely overtaken by them. And they're launching attacks from there.
Of what intensity?
Light so far. Single attack ships. They've stuck around to blast defensive stations, see if a ship has moved out to meet them, and then flee as soon as that has happened. Something we'll need to take care of sooner or later, or they'll be coming in full force.
Speaking of which, what remains of the fleet here?
My personal light cruiser.
Jeanne waits like a full 2 seconds before just chin in hand. And that's it.
We have 2 frigate-type vessels that are capable of warp transit.
So, 1 light cruiser and 2 frigates. 3 now with Pride. And as far as you know, there aren't any other ships still active outside the system?
And we have contact with. We had a squadron of light cruisers and 3 squadrons of frigates 5 years ago. Now we are down to just this one vessel, and the others are absent entirely.
When you have a chance, Titus, if you could have your office send me what systems those ships were last reported in, I can, at the very least, see what I can find of them.
It's a bit difficult with last reported in there. Astrotelepathic messages at the end went a bit mad.
Still, if we have any idea where they were supposed to be, I doubt the crew's still alive, but even having the hulls, well, we can fetch more crews from back in Gothic if need be.
Very true. Very true. Similarly, with ships that have gone but can hopefully just be recrewed. Did they tell you about the Tau side of the expedition?
Yes, lost near the Kroizak salient?
Yes. Yes. All of the scout ships lost simultaneously. The Shazray went after them. She's lost as well. I don't know if anything from her offices will be of help to you, but you can feel free to have a look as you wish.
Are there any Tau left here on the station? Xiph besides?
A handful of members of their Earthen caste.
Unfortunately, finding Tau ships is rather much harder. Their interstellar technology may leave them outside of where we are likely to operate, but well, we'll see what I can salvage from their offices. Perhaps their data cores have something of use. Xiph, could you make that a priority?
Allah is dead.
What?
Dead.
I'm awake, I swear. What?
There's an office of a Tau commander here on the station. Could you make it a priority to get in touch with her people that are left and salvage her data cores? Perhaps we can find out where her ships went.
Point me in the direction and I'll go check it out. Not too familiar with Tau that don't live back in the settlement, but I'm sure I can think of something.
As long as you're
Just
familiar
need the
with the
data.
language and their security codes, that should be good enough to salvage data.
Yeah, I think I'm still capable of speaking Tau, but if not, I can just, put on my helmet with the translator.
Good.
Oh my god. Xip's been colonized. He doesn't even
Oh.
remember his own culture anymore.
Cultural
what that's like.
appropriation. The colonizers have taken away the language.
The colonizers have taken the femboys.
Maybe one day, Tau Luther King can get rid of the 3/5 compromise.
Oh my god!
Jesus.
This is what you get with tired Allah, who's barely awake.
To be fair, like, all of 40K is kind of a lampoon of that, so you are correct.
Right.
So just
Speaking
what
of
roll do I make?
femboys, OC Central and FenChat.
What?
We'll get to that roll later. Or actually, nah, let's have you let's have you just go ahead and roll logic.
Oh, that I know that skill. I have that.
That's handy.
All right, so just click any modifiers.
No. Actually, +10. +10.
$2.
So plus 10, does that mean 2 degrees?
Yes.
All right, so yeah, 2 degrees of succession.
Yeah.
What does the boy with the blue booty find?
You're able to find that not only a oh, give me one moment. Let me open up the first thing. A report that they found another star. There is a report about the discovery of another star system. A stable route from Calphilus to there as well.
Intriguing.
And
I wish I knew what this
then
meant.
there are distress calls.
Oh fuck.
I'll
Talks about attack and most of them cut off really, really abruptly.
Xip's just gonna play a random one and see if he hears anything interesting before, you know, it gets cut off, like a blaster, a shrill, a harmonica, just something.
Command. Unidentified hostile vessels attack.
Can I tell the cast via the accent, or is that not how tell work?
You would be able to. They are aircast. They are the naval cast, the ones who deal with ships.
I start playing a few more, seeing if there's anything other than the screaming for help and mercy, if there's anything else that could be discerned from the recordings.
Roll me a luck roll.
But is that a skill or something I just have to
Roll
roll?
1d100, and it's
Looking
Go
for
ahead.
less than a 9.
Less than a 9 from a D100?
Mhm.
Yes.
Ominous. If I got a 69, would that be an automatic win?
No.
You would just
The
flop the
best-
funds your porn stash.
The best recording you can find is. Come on. Hostile vessels are black ships. They are moving with. We cannot match their movements. We cannot map their movements. They are. We're on the fight.
Xiph is sure to write those down. In the back of his mind, he hears a goose honking, saying, "Reapers, reapers," and shakes his head like, "Oh, that was weird."
Is it
Merz will
brain
get
damage?
only Merz will get that joke. And Xiph will gather the notes he could find and head back to the captain. It says, "So I'm only got other than they were aircast that all got brutally murdered by something, I was able to find some hints of what killed them.
Do tell.
Fade to black exposition. No, something about black ships with shapes, and they couldn't exactly figure out how they were moving.
Merzendi
Okay.
can. The black ships aren't exactly super well known. Is that something that I could make a machine cult thing for?
I don't think that's the black
Imperial
ships.
black ships, or
He called it the black ship, so that's the first thing we're leaping towards.
I mean, I would leap
They're
immediately
clearly
towards
Necron
Necrons who
ships,
have
though.
black starships.
They said that it has a unique way of moving.
Yeah, Necron ships teleport.
Ah,
Necron ships
Yeah,
can just
and-
phase from head, square to square.
well, I already know about them, but the thing is, most people wouldn't call them the black ships because they also glow green, like aggressively.
Unless they turn
Well-
off the LEDs.
Yeah, Molly, this description, lot like black ships that move in inexplicable ways. Yeah, this sounds like Necron's ships.
Were I to hazard a guess, then your kind ran afoul of the ancient ones. Wow, does the Imperium man call them Necrons?
Yes.
Okay, the Necrons.
All right, everyone roll Forbidden Law Xenos.
Yeah, I definitely have that.
What do
But
I
we did
roll?
get a briefing package
I-
about them, I believe.
No. Molly figured out, rolled really well to figure out what maybe Xenos, what they were, but it didn't come up.
Forbidden lore.
Yeah. So basically, what is Alla? I was joking there.
Oh,
Because
okay.
none of you guys actually asked for this. Basically, none of you will really know what Molly's talking about.
All right. Because I don't have multiple ranks in Forbidden Lord Necron, shall I just give like the rumored Mechanicus version?
You can give a half decent version because you did pass.
Just rumors and speculation.
You can do a version better than just rumors and speculation. Not full facts and everything revealed, but like you can do the intermediate step, I think.
Okay, so basically the like rumors from an Explorator ship that actually encountered them, but we don't know what they do other than their abominable intelligence then.
Sure.
Alright. They're a race we've only the Mechanicus has only recently stumbled across, but they seem quite ancient enough to have their their sleeping pods, their berths, their barracks buried deep beneath the Striata of Worlds. It's an ancient Xenos abominable intelligence, and the from the records of Explorator fleets, they tend to easily commit a 10-to-1 ratio against even the best Skitarii forces.
Well, that's promising. We did hear in that Nephilim sector briefing package that there were more of those creatures active, so it seems we have more parallels between here and there.
Perhaps. I am not sure what the self-suicide and winking out of existence. Every single tale I've heard, uh, they haven't bothered with such things, simply tearing you apart with uh, soulless, abominable weapons that are beyond my ken, instantly disintegrated upon impact.
Titus, have your forces encountered any of these black ships?
Oh my god, this is a boat.
Fine that have actually made reports, but I have sent ships out that simply haven't returned. Beep 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 beep.
Mm-hmm.
My apologies for interruption. However, nominal declaration of Xenoform Necron has unlocked a mem packet. Has unlocked a package within my mem core. Sealed by order of Archmajor Skillman. This is with regard to forms of Blackstone. Negative charge Blackstone has been known to induce harm up to and including death to souls.
Molly will translate. Blackstone, you say? I've never heard of this. Is there anything else?
Beep, 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 beep. Alternate designation, Noctilith.
I'm not sure if this is inside Molly's wheelhouse. Can I make a roll for that, or
You can definitely make a roll for it.
Might I
Adeptus
try with
Mechanicus?
Forbidden Lore Legends?
Yeah, Forbidden Law Legends would definitely apply. And Adeptus Mechanicus also. Both of these will have a -20 because it's you're not rolling Forbidden Law Necron.
I will go ahead and spend
hang
a
on.
point. Go ahead.
I have implants for this. Give me a second. No. Literacy, logic, or scholastic. Not forbidden. Never mind.
Curses.
I am afraid this knowledge escapes my ken.
Advisory. Locate Archmajor Skillman. If Archmajor Skillman's situation equal fatal, locate Archmajor Skillman's vessel.
This was going to be my suggestion to the captain since I first learned he was missing.
That's in the direction of those Maritech raiders, yes?
Affirmation.
Perfect. That's where I wanted to go anyway. If there are humans out there who know how to avoid this soul killer, we need to make it our first priority to figure out what they know. Perhaps it is this Blackstone, one way or another.
Interrogate them, and we could always use more servitors.
Historical record of Blackstone / Noctilith has generally been recorded within close proximity of Xenoform Necron. Hence the alignment within my circuitories.
Understood, Magos. So, Winter, did you end up trying for those near unique uh haywire rounds?
Uh, again, near unique. No.
You could have tried. I mean, I'm
Don't
going to
Like
be
a
trying for
1% chance?
yeah, I'm going to roll those dice for dukes.
God.
Okay, well, I'll do that at the end. I'll do that over the week.
Alright. So, I think that's our plan settled then, unless there's something you need from us here at home.
Yeah. Kane's will is working, functioning all by itself. You are going out, no. You are one who we are to serve. So if there is anything you need, be it information or manpower, while there is still souls enough on this station to fulfill it, we will do so.
Right now, our crew complement is quite full and our supplies are well stocked. Information, though, is always appreciated. Everything you know about the planets in this subsector, and any Xenos encounters. And I heard from command back home that there was perhaps a pre-imperial civilization, or the remnants of it, encountered on Paroya?
Yes. Oh, it wasn't just prior.
Oh, do tell.
We didn't get exact stellar coordinates, but we did hear a few interesting things from House Maguire when it went into Crozak salient.
Aha. I had wondered if they'd come out here.
Yes. Well, Captain said it said he'd found what's it called? Big ones. Really big ones. Ah, yes. A Ramil class Starfort.
That's... And you said that was Korzak's salient way?
Yes, indeed.
A Ramil class would be a game changer. Out of character.
And
would it be possible to fit that through the fucking Kane's gate?
no, not
Ow.
without modification to the gate.
Okay. I mean, look, if the worst comes to worst and we have to leave, at least we could have brought the fucking Starfort back.
Mm.
No. Carry on.
Apparently there was damage to the warp drive within it. And it was drifting and, well, then we lost contact with Lord Maguire.
Damn. The Maguires are an old friend of my house. If I can bring him back, I damn well will, but how long ago was this that he's been out?
36 months. I think he's gone.
Fuck. That's the same duration our Magos Gilman has been missing, yes? More or less?
More or less, yes.
Opposite directions, though. No reason to assume they're related, but...
And Lord Maguire was going to... said, damn the rumours. Damn the superstition. He'll find out of a world, and if there is anything behind it, he will slay it himself.
Did he bring cyclonic torpedoes?
I did not personally evaluate his... Beep, 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 beep. Affirmation. 1x dual stage cyclonic warhead.
Ah, wise man. Alright. Can we mark that on our map? Can we go over to the map so I can mark it down? Where we lost that guy?
Kroizak salient.
Yeah, they didn't specify a star system.
Yeah, I just want to remember for next time. So it's like over here, where the where Savin's pointing.
Oh, Kroizak salient is that entire subsector.
Ah, okay. Well then, let's just swap. And what was his name?
Maguire.
Toby Maguire?
McGuire or McGuire?
Maguire.
Toby Maguire.
Yes, spelt like Toby Maguire.
Gonna find him doing like pelvic thrust dances at the somewhere.
Just to confirm, this is the same House McGuire from last campaign, right? Mr. Spinal Column McCarvey?
Yes,
Okay, just
the same man, in fact.
right. Okay, yeah,
And now he's
Jeanne
dead.
definitely wants to go find him then.
But do I want to go this way?
Yes, I think,
But I'm not the captain.
no, Kilman's Ring 100% is our first destination because, fuck. We need to make contact with these pirates to get their fucking Noctilith defense systems or whatever they're using to not die to the Soul Killer. Then we can start exploring everything else. So like, but.
Sorry.
Recovering McGuire and the Cyclonics high priority, especially if we can get his ship back entirely. Not to mention the Vermeil class Starfort, holy shit. And he was in, okay, so it was somewhere past Calphilus.
Oh, it was
Past
past?
Calphilus was where the Tau scout fleet was lost.
Aha.
I heard just in the whole salient, so I'm just going to put it right here in a neutral location. Somewhere out here.
Alright, so I think that'll be our second.
He was not
stop.
particularly good at reporting his location back to HQ.
Very much a gung-ho person. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's one way to describe him. Right. Alright, so. Like I said, if you can transfer to our ship the data you have on the planets that we've discovered and locations of any missing ships, we can start pushing out tomorrow and see what we can see.
Yes. Well, I can be about that. The only hesitation I would have about you leaving tomorrow is that we did have a fair traffic in crew before things started going wrong. I haven't kept complete track of it, but perhaps your seneschal, your master of whispers, they could listen in to some of the taverns aboard Gainesville. There may still be some rumours being passed around that are actually of use.
Intelligence gathering. Do
Very
we
well.
have a Master of Whispers?
Factotum von Zaus is your closest, and he's just and he's basically a human know-it-all.
Fair
think-
enough. If Molly gets evaporated, I might have to do that then.
Yeah, it might be Jeanne herself going around and carousing. Charming people into spilling the beans, such as it is.
Fair enough. I am going to. So you said he was the third down, right?
Mm-hmm.
What? After all of this is done, Molly's gonna pull him aside and then then ask him what happened to number two. No disrespect intended, of course. She was just wondering where, the number two bot went. Because number one got lost on Keelman's ring.
Yes, I'm just trying to get you the name, because I already had the name, but I have losed it. Second, because I'm a silly cat.
Yeah, well, before we go out on, a big adventure, you should not only give a shore league, but what was it called whenever back in the day, break out the Queen's rum or something like that?
Affirmation. Blessed Magos, Rubius, or Vindelax. You inquire as to his fate?
Ah, correct.
Boop, beep, 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 boop, boop. He persuaded Archmagus Kilman to wait, and that he himself would engage on a voyage of discovery beforehand. We lost contact with him when he left Crisis Hope.
Do you know what galactic direction he was going to?
Negatory. However, based upon his prior journeys, it is probable he left a full record at Crisis Hope. Did that come through properly, or are you
I'm
not
typing.
talking?
I'm typing.
Okay.
Yeah, the last known location of it was here Magos. What was it?
Yes, Majus Rubius. A Lord Majos of Vindelax.
I'm just gonna park this right beneath Courtier's Hope. Hang on. There we go. Thank you. We might even able to do a boom, boom, boom. If Savin is watching.
I am.
Boom, boom, boom,
What
boom.
what do you mean by a boom boom boom?
Hit here, then hit here, and hit here.
Yeah, like
We can.
well,
It's not like anything went like this, then all the way around. We can actually make like a pretty neat curve.
right now, I think our plan is to do something like this, but obviously, whatever happens at Kilman's Ring will be somewhat influential in our decision making.
Correct. All right. Well, that was my idea for finding out things here.
Yeah. And I think we'll call it there.
It's
Okay.
8 a.m.
It's only 1 a.m. for Savin. He's always up at this time.
Man, I hope I'm gonna be able to fucking answer the call from my job that's in 4 hours.
Fine.
Okay,
You told you. I
You
was
should've dipped
telling
out.
you like, go, hey, Merz, I'm fucking falling asleep, and I've been doing that for 2 hours.
You shouldn't be telling Merz, hey, I'm
you-
falling asleep. You
yes,
should be
you-
telling Merz, hey, I need to go to sleep because I have work tomorrow.
yes.
Even if you don't have work
like,
tomorrow.
There's a difference between you're tired and you have a job call in 4 hours. Like,
Also, you can just go to bed and the session continues.
No, that's
so
The last couple games I've been in, I was yelled at for doing that.
What?
So.
No.
Not
Sure.
here,
No, you-
not at 1 a.m.
Anyways,
Not at 11 p.m. even.
Merzendi, could we go to XP then?
yeah.
yes,
I'll do
it's
the
800 experience points.
I'll do that stuff tomorrow.
400 experience.
Wow.
800.
400.
See you guys
I am
later.
at negative 400.
How much experience?
Yeah.
800.
800 snips.
I cannot believe you just said 800. I'm sorry. That seems kind of a lot.
That's
It's a
how much you've
7-hour session.
earned.
I appreciate it. Now
Because
I
a
can have
4-hour session gets you 500 experience. And this has been a quite a bit longer than that hour session.
About 6 and something.
We have been playing for days.
All right, I'm at 400 positive XP. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Alright.
So, yeah.
Yeah. That was fun as fuck.
It was a lot of
I'm
fun.
glad you enjoyed it. I was having a panic attack up until the moment I started Veredal out.
It was
Fucking
fun.
nailed it.
I've already sent you the thing for my Cyberdrider, and I think I might bank this XP because how expensive it is for my next rank. Ugh.
Remember, you don't have to spend the XP for the next rank. You need to spend it on stuff to unlock
No,
the
no.
next rank.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think I think my next rank of logic might be more expensive than I'm thinking it is. But I don't want to think about that right now. I'm gonna spend my XP tomorrow.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
Alright, if you're watching on the stream of YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on Sunday for Scowandy. Until then, adios and do take care.